John's work is pivotal for a lot of reasons, which is probably why you're here. So I'm not going to bore you with that. You know who he is. So allow me to say thank you for coming and to join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Maureen. This is a bit of a departure for me, a full day of me standing up here and talking to you. But it's a departure in the sense that we're in a room and it's an audience. For me, 6 hours or 8 hours of nonstop talk is normal when on the Egypt trips. And then we're up at 5 in the morning to get to the sites early, and it doesn't stop until they throw us out of the last site, and then the parties begin, so I'm used to it. I know, again, from lots of experience, that people are always interested in knowing not just about the symbolist Egypt and the ancient lost civilization, but how I got into it. So when there's time, I start off with a bit of an autobiographical rap. And since there's plenty of time, I will start with that. This, obviously, is, I don't think there's anyone here who doesn't know that that's the Sphinx of Giza, not a hotel in Las Vegas. And you know, nowadays, everybody's connected with the internet, and then no week goes by when there's not some tiresome 3-year-old genius who's playing Beethoven standing on his head and eating an ice cream cone at the same time, or some 5-year-old who's playing par golf, and you really think how stupid you are. Well, I was never one of those kids. But what I was, I think, in retrospect, was I was psychologically precocious, in the sense that at the age of 12 or 13, I knew I'd been born into a lunatic asylum. And what everybody else called progress, I thought was just madness. And it took a long time, I mean, up till I was about 19, lonely times, before I realized what I had to do. And I wanted to be the little boy who says, the emperor wears no clothes. It took another 20 years before I finally wrote a story called The Emperor's New Clothes Continued, that was published in the magazine, good magazine, too bad it went out of print, Omni magazine. And The Emperor's New Clothes Continued, what happens is that the empire regroups and all the spin doctors get to work to prove that the little child was wrong. And in the end, what happens is that the empire is convinced that the emperor's new clothes are real. It's the little child who's imaginary. And again, it makes him realize that how he's used to solitude, actually. And the positive side of it is when winter comes, only he stays warm. And that was one of a number of stories, parables that I wrote that I'm going to, now that we've got self-publishing at our fingertips, which I regard as the writer's emancipation proclamation. We are no longer, those of us who are writers, no longer at the mercy of editors, predators, and bean counters. We can get the stuff out on our own. It's great. One of the few major advantages to the 21st century. Anyway, by 19, I knew what I wanted to do. And writing was not scholarship, writing was my medium, and I got started when my first short story got off to the Army. Needless to say, drafted. I didn't enlist, but I ended up, actually Kennedy's line that's often quoted of ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. A pompous piece of nonsense. How many people have ever woken up in the morning saying, what can my country do for me? Anyway, I got sent to Germany, owned my one and only and last Porsche, and I had a job that required 8 minutes a day in Germany. And I spent the whole year and a half of the remainder of the Army traveling all around Europe with my German girlfriend. And my country, I want to be one of the few people who can say my country did something for me. Anyway, it did. And I got back home to New York, started writing, or continuing. When my first short story was published, that's October 15th, accepted 1957, which I regard as my spiritual birthday. The regular birthday, is 1932, and we won't talk about that. And first short story was accepted by a no longer existent but very interesting magazine called New World Writing, and I was wildly in love with a woman who, thank God, wouldn't have me. And I said, the hell with this. I'm going back to Europe where they name streets after poets. Another long story in this, but I found my way to the then unknown magical island of Ibiza. Anyone who's anywhere near my age, and most of you aren't, will know that Ibiza still is actually the wild party island. Back in those days, it was late 50s. Hippies had not yet been invented, and I was sort of beatnik generation, but not one of them either. And I went to this amazing island and to get my writing done. And in the course of writing, I had a book of short stories published and was writing a novel, and no thought of scholarship whatsoever. Along the line, we all knew each other in Ibiza, the expatriate colony, mostly drunks and drug addicts, but some of us actually got some work done, and still fewer had some talent. And I had a good friend there, a very, very good Dutch novelist who lived near me on the beach, the Mediterranean lapping at the front door. And on Ibiza, there was no telephones, there was almost no electricity. It was effectively medieval. And there was a rule that if you're trying to get any work done, no knocking at the door and saying you're lonely or the rest. The day was to get some work done, and then everyone went to the cafes and the bars in the evening. And I was hard at work, and I ran out of paper. With no paper, you had to travel 3 miles to town to a place the one place that sold paper. And it was Sunday. So I went and I invaded my good friend, Dutch friend, Jan Toonder, Dutch writer, novelist, very good one, and to borrow some paper. And he grudgingly said, well, okay. And he went where he had the paper stored, and I looked at his desk. It was a long desk, and he had these pie charts that divided into pieces. And he came out, and I said, Jan, what are you doing there? And he said, you caught me. He said, I'm an astrologer, and I do some of this to make some spare money, to supplement my income. And my response was, astrology, that's a bunch of bullshit, isn't it? And he was a war hero, actually. He ran the resistance press in Holland. He was up to his full 6'4", and said, do you think I'm a fool? And I said, well, no, you're drunk, but you're not a fool. And he said, I tell you, I've spent 20 years researching this, and I tell you there's something to it. So my next question, of course, is, would you do my horoscope? And he said, no, get stuffed, do your own. And he handed me a whole bunch of books. And since anything is easier than writing, I spent a weekend looking into these books, most of them fairly theosophical in tenor. So they had a whiff of anti-vivisection and old blue-rinsed ladies in tennis shoes about it. But nevertheless, there was something in there that really caught me. And so I came back a couple of days later with a badly drawn horoscope. Anyway, I started with my big mouth. Jan was very good. Nobody knew that he was an astrologer. But within a couple of days, I had everybody wanting their horoscope drawn. And I turned out I had no talent or particular interest in the predictive side of astrology. It was really the ancient sacred science that interested me. And along the way, and then I also found that when you did people's horoscopes, the women all wanted to be told that they were going to meet a tall, dark, handsome stranger. And the men all wanted to be told that they were geniuses and were going to make $1 million. And I soon realized that nobody wanted to really hear anything bad about themselves. So I gave up the writing of charts, but along the line, a friend of mine, we all knew each other there, told me or put me in touch with a book called A Theory of Celestial Influence by a man named Rodney Collin, who was a pupil of Gurdjieff. And he gave me that book, and that really took me, because there was a theory of how and why there might actually be something to this extraordinary practice that everybody, at least in academia, dismissed as sheer superstition, supposedly a Babylonian or Chaldean superstition made rational by the Greeks. So anyway, this was a really interesting book, and one thing led to another. I got interested in the Gurdjieff work, and what appealed to me, how many of you are familiar with Gurdjieff and the Gurdjieff work? Quite a few, many not. It's a good idea to get acquainted, and don't start with Gurdjieff himself. That's like taking your first driving lesson in a Ferrari. You don't want to do that. But a book called, by one of his most gifted pupils, named P.D. Ouspensky, a book called In Search of the Miraculous. This is a good introduction, and it was my introduction to, at least, the quest for sanity, because Gurdjieff was the first. He died in '49, a great, extraordinary character. He died in 1949 and left behind a school that thrives. But since lots of you haven't even heard of him, it's not exactly Lady Gaga. So anyway, Gurdjieff was the first person I'd ever encountered, even if posthumously, who was as contemptuous of Western civilization as I was. The difference was that he knew how to live in it and I didn't. And so one thing led to another without going into more long story. And eventually I left Ibiza after having been there 9 years, moved to England where they had a Gurdjieff school, and joined it, and I'm still a member. And we have a group up in Woodstock, near Woodstock where I live, in Socrates. Anyway, via that teaching, and what Gurdjieff did was that he synthesized the ancient wisdom. He made no claims to being, an original thinker, as it were, but he synthesized the ancient wisdom in an extraordinary manner. There's no point even trying to explain it until you get interested in it yourself and follow it. But it's the only, as far as I know, it's the only, for lack of a better word, spiritual system that is designed to be practiced in the middle of the lunatic asylum. Everything else is still valid. All of the religions are based upon, all of them without exception, except maybe the Westboro Church. All of them are designed to further what Schwaller de Lubitz called a return to the source, and what the Egyptians called the quest for immortality. That's at the basis of all religions. There's no exceptions to that. And Gurdjieff was, in that tradition, except the methodology was the methodology that was pretty new, or mostly new. Much of it based upon Sufism, which is a mystical aspect of Islam, and some of it came from nobody knows where, remarkable stuff. Anyhow, I'd moved to England, and I had a novel published, and was friendly with the editor, who was a Cambridge-trained mathematician turned publisher, very opposite me in philosophy, rationalist, atheist. But we were good friends, and we were having a pint one night in the pub, and the subject of astrology came up, and he said, "Well, that's a bunch of codswallop." And I said, "Well, as a matter of fact, it isn't. It's a subject I know quite a lot about, and I tell you there's something to it, and I can show you the documentation." So he said, "Well, I'd like to see that." And so I brought it in, and he said, "Well, I'm not convinced, but that's very interesting. Would you do a book on it?" And I said, basically, pay me some money and I'll do a book on anything, which is not quite true, but it was good. It was a good line. And anyhow, so all of a sudden, here was a contract, and now I had to suddenly be a scholar. I had a certain amount of background in writing my novel, of doing scholarship, but not in a serious professional way. Writing my astrology book, called The Case for Astrology, which is in print, went out of print, I rewrote it, upgraded it, went out of print again, and we're now, with self-publishing possible, going to have it reprinted again sometime in the fairly near future. A lot of it still holds up. Anyway, the in doing the research into the history of astrology in my Gurdjieff group, somebody directed me to a novel in 2 volumes called Herbak, 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 Disciple, which was about ancient Egypt in the form of a novel, actually a terrible novel, but the picture of, not so easy to write a good novel. Everyone thinks that just because they have ideas they can write a novel. Not so simple. Anyhow, the picture of Egypt that came out of this jibed in virtually every particular with Gurdjieff's rather elusive and trickster sort of account. You never know with Gurdjieff. He's pulling your leg. If there are deeper meanings, and the deeper meanings to the deeper meanings. If it's something that takes your fancy, you really go with it. If it doesn't, well, don't worry about it. It's just not your cup of mysticism. Something else could be. I'm not trying to sell Gurdjieff. Anyhow, so this novel, published in English, translated from the French, was by Isha Schwaller-de Lubitsch, who was the wife of R.A. Schwaller-de Lubitsch. And the picture of Egypt that it presented, as I said, coincided in all particulars, in so many particulars, specifics, with Gurdjieff. And at a certain point, and as a novel, it was full of footnotes, which you don't normally do in the novel. And they kept on referring to a book called the Temple de l'Homme, the Temple of Man, by R.A. Schwaller-de Lubitsch, who was Isha's husband. And I finally couldn't find a copy of this book. My French was rudimentary. And I bit the bullet and went all the way across London, the far extreme western end of London, to the British Museum. And sure enough, they had a copy of Le Temple de l'Homme, which had been published in '57 and then disappeared from view, created absolutely no waves in the scholarly or Egyptological community. And there was, in French, of course, and there was a thing, I don't know if any of you speak French or read French. In the old days, I think it's not that way nowadays, but books used to come always in paperback. If you wanted them hardbound, you went to a bookbinder. And it was a virgin book. In other words, and signatures, have like 16 pages, so you had to cut the pages yourself, which was kind of a ritual. It was something very satisfying about doing that. And so there it was. Nobody had taken this book out in the 12 years, which must be 68 or so, 13 years that they've had it there. They had it there. So I cut the pages myself, which there was a kind of thrill to that. And riffled through, and if you're a pro at anything, if you're a musician, you listen to somebody play a scale and you know if they can handle the instrument. If you're a baseball player, you watch somebody take 3 swings of the bat and you know if the guy knows the game. So with me, I'd already been pretty well published and had a number of plays done, nothing that ever made any money. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have got directed the way you wouldn't be here, in fact, if I'd made money out of any of these things. So, but so you get a sense of it, and I just sort of riffled through these pages once I had them cut, and it was a real scholarly epiphany. I realized that this man had done something that people talked about from Roman times on, from Greek times on. He'd put together the ancient sacred science through magisterial and flawless scholarship in a manner that made it accessible to the 20th century and now 21st century mind. And I regarded it, just by going through it, that this was something of enormous importance. And I still, to this day, I think it's the single most important work of scholarship since scholarship began. I mean, since the Library of Alexandria. I don't know what they were doing then. But anyway, and in doing this, and I just stopped. I downed tools. My French was rudimentary. I went all the way across London every day. I couldn't find a copy to buy. Took the book out with the dictionary by my side, spent a year fighting my way through this impenetrable book, which now is brilliantly translated in English. It's still impenetrable. He is not a graceful writer, Schwaller, and like many really great minds, not a great communicator. So I serve a purpose of sort of being understanding enough to be able to communicate, and because I'm a writer by trade, I can make it readable. Anyway, it's still difficult. Anyhow, in doing, I just stopped down tools and spent almost a year picking up pretty good French, actually, anyway, reading French. And then I had a long chapter in the astrology book that really didn't belong there. I just felt that Schwaller was so important that it needed this chapter to introduce him to an English-speaking audience, such as it was. And and then when that book was published, when the Case for Astrology was published, publishers came to me and said, "This Schwaller guy sounds really very interesting. Would you do a book on him?" And I said, "You bet." That was more interesting to me than the astrology. Anyway, in starting off, that's The Serpent in the Sky, that's still in print now. In doing that work, I came across this one line in the Lubitsch where he's talking about the chronology of Egypt, and he talks about the Egyptians having understanding. I've often say, Sylvia mentioned, that when you read scholars, you read anything that's orthodox Egyptology, and they'll talk about the Egyptians believed this and they believed that and they believed in the afterlife and they believed this. It never occurs to these jackasses who've never built a dry stone wall with their own two hands and certainly never wrote a novel or a poem or even an advertising jingle, that maybe the Egyptians, having created the most spectacular art and architecture in the entire planet, knew what they were talking about, and it's they who believed it, who only had belief. But anyway, the Egyptians, in two separate, at least two, there are a few more, a stone stela called the Palermo stone, because it's in Palermo in Italy, which talks about these long reigns when the Egyptians were ruled first by, you might say, enlightened beings called the gods themselves, the Necheru, and then a second long period when Egypt is ruled by semi-divine rulers called the Shemsu Hor, which means the companions or the followers of Horus. And they give the names of these kings or rulers and the number of years that they reigned. And you added it all up. There's the Palermo stone, and then there's a Turin papyrus, which is a very fragmentary papyrus that had to be reconstructed from scratch. And then there are other allusions to these earlier reigns in various places throughout Egypt. So the scholars, of course, the quackademics as I call them, don't take that seriously, but I did. And Schwaller wrote a long chapter where he's citing as references, he's talking about the writers of Greco-Roman antiquity, first and second and third, first century, let's say, first, second century BC, first, second, third century AD, and they're in touch with the Egyptian priests of the time who are still carrying the ancient knowledge with them, even though by this time it's become quite corrupted. And he's putting together their accounts in this long scholarly chapter. And then at the very end of the chapter, he drops one line. And he said, and of course, the Great Sphinx of Giza, took a while to get there, didn't it? The Great Sphinx of Giza shows unmistakable signs of aquatic erosion, water weathering. And I read that one line, and that was my epiphany. I said, well, if you could prove that, you would turn all of history upside down, because the rest of the long chapter, convincing as it may be, as it may have been, was scholarship, not science. So just as you can, give any number of, let's say, alternative explanations for a passage from the Bible or a passage from Shakespeare, none of that is science. There are better explanations and worse explanations, more and less plausible accounts, but none of it will stand as science. And so when I read that line, and I'm not a geologist, but I read a little bit about Egyptian paleoclimatology and geology in writing The Serpent, and working on The Serpent, because this came as I was working on it. And I I realized that, as I said, that if you could prove that, you would you turn all of history upside down, because it would mean not only that the most spectacular sculpture on earth, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that, was built at a time when there's not supposed to be any civilization at all, but the temples around it, which we will get to if I ever get a little bit less long-winded, the temples around it are constructed of blocks of stone the quarter the size of this room, weighing 75 to a couple of hundred tons, slotted into places like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle with not enough room to put a credit card in between the joints, and they didn't even have credit cards. And it would mean that it's a technology that we can't reproduce today. So it would mean at a time when there's not supposed to be any civilization, it's all hunter-gatherers, they're capable of technological feats that we can't do today. So I realized that this one line was turning into 4 decades of study now, or 5, I forget when I got onto this, late 60s, something like that. Anyhow, then, of course, the serpent came out, and it made, if you drop a needle into a pool, that's the amount of ripples it created. But a few people heard about it here and there. And I got friendly with a guy named Robert Eddy, who taught English at Boston University. And we got talking one day, and he had been teaching at the American University of Cairo, which is kind of sort of the Harvard of the Middle East in a way. And good school, and insofar as any school is good. And he'd been teaching English there and then moved back to America and was teaching in Boston University. And we were having a dinner one day, and he said, you know, this is symbolist Egypt has really become aware of my books when he was there. And by this time, I'd published my guidebook, The Traveler's Key to Ancient Egypt. And he said, this symbolist scholar, the symbolist interpretation of Egypt is really important. Is there anything I can do in my capacity as a professor to help you, to make it, to broadcast it? And response was instant. I mean, I hadn't thought of it before really, but it was instantaneous. I said, yeah, find me an open-minded geologist to look into the water weathering of the Sphinx. And I laughed, and he said, well, why are you laughing? And I said, because having done the research for the astrology book, I knew that finding an open-minded scientist was about as easy as finding a fundamentalist Christian who loves his enemies. And then he laughed, Robert Eddy, and said, hey, wait a minute. I know there's a young guy teaching geology at my school. He's very young. He's only 30. He's already published 4 major scientific volumes. And so he put me, and then he said to me, I said, who's this? And he said he wouldn't tell me. And he said, you'll let me handle this, you're too incendiary. So I said, okay. And I gave him a bunch of documentation, and off he went. And I didn't hear from him in a long time, and periodically I'd get in touch. And he said, well, he's skeptical, but he's very interested. And he still wouldn't give me his name. And then I finally said, why can't you tell me who this man is? And he said, well, he's waiting to go up for tenure. And he doesn't want anything to do with you or even to know his name until he's up for tenure. And I laughed because, I realized he was right. If you're looking for a lost civilization, out comes the dreaded A word, Atlantis. If they think you're trying to prove the existence of Atlantis, no tenure, and that's it. And so eventually I found out we got introduced, and he was up for tenure, and then they couldn't take it away from him. So then he organized a lecture for me at Boston University for faculty and interested students. And that went very well, and it was probably most of you. How many have seen The Mystery of the Sphinx? Yeah, well, not everybody. A lot of people, but the show came out in the 90s. Anyhow, and I met this tall, very sort of not exactly hippie. He just didn't look like what you expected a professor to look like, and in fact, that was what you would expect anybody willing to stick his neck out and look into the possibility of a lost civilization is not going to be your normal quackademic. And I remember very clearly we had a dinner together, and I carefully broached my litmus test, then Darwinian evolution. And at that time, there was the poster child was not of the subject, was a man named Stephen Jay Gould, who wrote pretty well and was often in the New Yorker, and had a slightly variant, different version of rather not so much natural selection of what he called punctuated equilibrium, because it goes in jumps, evolution, such as it is. And I carefully said to him, what do you think of Stephen Jay Gould? And Schock replied instantly, he said, he's a bozo. So I knew I had a friend. Anyway, one thing led to another, and with Schock on board, and all of this is a much longer story even than I'm telling here, but he finally stuck his tenured neck out, and we gave a presentation because he had all the credentials, Yale PhDs in geology, geophysics, and paleontology. I mean, there's as good credentials as you can have. And we gave a presentation at the GSA, that's the Geological Society of America, annual meeting in San Diego. This was '91. And this is the Super Bowl of geology. Everybody who has anything that's new and interesting gives a presentation at this venue. And Schock and I had spent a whole day, you have to send in an abstract. We'd spent a whole day trying to make the abstract as boring as possible so as not to bring up the A word. And we succeeded in not bringing up the A word, but the GSA powers that be recognized that they had something that was a bombshell. And so we got there, and they'd called a special press presentation for us. The geologists that were going by our presentation, it was a poster presentation, were unanimous that yes, this was water weathering, and there was no denying that it was water weathering, and if it was water weathering, we had to be substantially correct, and the Sphinx has to be a lot older than it's supposed to be, without even the implications of this being a civilization game changer. So this was headlines all over the world, scientific press, regular press, New York Times, everything. And we were being interviewed all over the place, and Schock was being interviewed. He wasn't at the venue. The science editor of the Boston Globe, because he teaches at Boston University, and so Schock was his usual civil self in this interview. But then the science editor wanted to talk to me, and so I didn't have to be civil. And he said, well, you can't imagine the abuse that was coming from the academics, the archaeologists and the Egyptologists. They were calling us all sorts of names. And he said, well, why is it if the geologists are all on board with this, why are the archaeologists and the Egyptologists so incensed by all of this? And I said, well, look, this theory is entirely about the weathering patterns in rocks. And when it comes to the weathering patterns in rocks, an Egyptologist's opinion and an archaeologist's opinion is no better than a proctologist's. And he published that. And this did not endear me or Schock to their own department of archaeology in Boston University. And there was a woman there who shall be for the moment nameless, who wrote a really scandalous character assassination. You'd think Schock was running for public office or something. There's absolute diatribe against him personally, not that she even knew him personally. And it was published in their local in-house Boston paper, a journal that they put out every quarter or whatever. And I said, Schock, you can't let this woman get away with this. You got to respond. He said, no. Let's let it be. And I said, well, do you mind if I write her personally? And he said, no, go ahead, you write her. So I did, and I wrote her, and I said, I understand that you're all, upset about this comparison with this reference to the proctologists, they didn't like it either. They said that their job was to cure sick assholes. They didn't like being compared to them. So this had exactly the effect that it was Brer Rabbit and the Brer Rabbit and the Briar Patch. What she did was exactly what I would never have imagined in my wildest imagination she would be stupid enough to do, which is to send it to the entire archaeological and Egyptological community, which pleased me no end, needless to say. Now crunch time is coming up for this lady, as we will get into eventually in this talk. So anyhow, one thing led to another. After this huge amount of press, we got introduced to a man called Robert Watts, who was one of the producers of not of Star Wars, of Indiana Jones. He managed to get, now we knew we wanted to do a video. He got us past the secretaries at NBC. All of a sudden we had Charlton Heston as host. People always say, why Charlton Heston? Well, that was a long story, but since nobody's leaving, I figure you're interested. If you're not interested, you'll leave. Anyhow, we had a budget. NBC wanted this show, and we had a budget, and first choice, and you have an image. NBC, it's got to have an image, a host, and so first choice was Harrison Ford, who was then at the top of his fame as Indiana Jones, but he was too expensive. He liked the script, he was way too expensive, and he was busy for the next 2 years. So next two choices were Raymond Burr, Perry Mason, solver of riddles, that's his image, and Charlton Heston, Moses, was his image. And so I was, I sort of like the solver of riddles, but when we put the question out, and Bill was in the middle of this, we were really trying to decide. Because we could afford either of them. And when we'd tell women that this was the choice, most of the women said, oh, Charlton Heston. We said, okay, I don't care. Charlton it is, even though I don't really much care for his politics, or his acting for that matter. And all of a sudden, but he signed on, and he did a great performance. I mean, he was wonderful as the host of this show, and one thing led to another, and there was an Emmy and all of that stuff. Anyway, this is where this is what set off what is now, when did that show go out? 93, so it's 20 some odd years of fighting this battle with the quackademics. So now what we'll do is we will look at some of the rather more geology than you might like, but it's very important in terms of, in your own mind, if you have doubts, of seeing how compelling and how commanding the evidence is. And what we're hoping actually now is to do a follow-up of the mystery of the Sphinx, or maybe even, not even a follow-up, but not so much a sequel as something bigger and better, because we now have we have an arsenal of smoking guns, and the time is coming pretty quickly, I think, where, as they say in the Bronx, my Italian friends tell me there's a mafia saying, payback's a bitch. So payback time is coming up somewhere along the line. Okay, so here's really an absolutely glorious picture of the Sphinx, taken by a good friend of mine who I think has done the best book of stills photography on Egypt ever done, a book called The Eternal Light of Egypt, published a few years ago. Her name is Sarit Sanders, who lives up near where I do. And it's great stuff. There'll be a few more of her shots integrated into this. Okay, let's go. Now, the reason, up until us, everybody said the Sphinx had been weathered by wind and sand, which is plausible since it's in the middle of the desert. So how shouldn't it be weathered by wind and sand? Until you look and you see this is a photograph taken around 1900 or a little bit earlier, and you see it's up to the neck in sand. What happens is that the Sphinx is, we can't reverse this, can we? The reverse, go back one, two. Okay, you see the way the Sphinx is built? They had to carve all of this away. The plateau is up here, and this is a bit deceptive, but it comes up to about the neck. So in order to free the core body of the Sphinx, the bedrock, they had to quarry all of this out, and that this is where those giant blocks came from that make up the temples that are in front and adjacent to the Sphinx. Now go forward again. Okay, but if you leave it for about 15 or 20 years, it covers up, the winds blow and the sandstorms blow every year, and within about 15 or 20 years, if you don't keep sweeping it out, this is what you get. So it was possible to prove through texts and kind of direct references, even from ancient Egypt, that the Sphinx is supposedly built by the pharaoh Khafra, the son of Khufu, the builder of the Great Pyramid. We'll get into this question of who built the pyramids and so on, because that's complicated too. Everything's complicated, so I need a whole day. Anyway, so you could prove that the Sphinx supposedly carved by the pharaoh Khafra in his own image around 2450 BC. That from references, ancient Egyptian references and other references, you could say that in the 5,000 years, 4,500 years since 2450 BC, the Sphinx had been covered, of that 4,500 years, around 3,000 years it's been covered up with sand like this. So once it's covered up with sand, it can't weather, right? So this was, now even the academics are agreeing that it's water weathering, but they've come up with all kinds of cockamamie theories that they like to call science. We will get to some of those. Next one. Okay, this is a stela erected by a pharaoh called Tutmosis IV. That's about 1450 BC, and here it's weathered away since this was uncovered. Here the name, or the first two letters of the name Chaf, were. Now you can't read them there anymore. And over here it doesn't say anything about the building of the Sphinx. It tells a story. It's called the Dream Stela, that Tutmosis IV was in a hunting party, and they stopped in the shadow of the Sphinx, and he fell asleep, and he had this vision of the Sphinx telling him, take the sand away from that covers me and you will be Pharaoh of Egypt. Anyway, that was the dream. He uncovered the sand and he became Pharaoh of Egypt. Now, how much of the story is really true or not, we don't know, but what is certainly true is that it was covered with sand in the early days of the New Kingdom, and you could extrapolate from there and pretty much tell, as I said, ballpark, but roughly 3,000 of its supposedly 4,500 years was almost certainly covered up in sand as it is now. So, next slide. Now, here comes the part, is it the face of Khafra or not? Here you see the Sphinx in profile. Next slide. Oh, I've got the slide. I keep thinking that this should be reversed. Anyway, back in the 80s, one of the chief opponents, and actually everybody here interested in ARE, familiar with, will know Mark Lehner, who was an Edgar Cayce, was brought up in the Edgar Cayce tradition, and was drafted in by the foundation in order to be their point man, as it were, to prove that Cayce's prediction was correct and that the Sphinx and the pyramids were much older and all of that. And along the line, Lehner reversed the biblical Paul, and he was a Paul who became a Saul and became Orthodox, and more Orthodox than the Orthodox, and repudiated pretty much everything that Cayce had to say about this. And early in the 80s, using the then, by what our standards, primitive computer technology, he took the statue of Khafra, one of the statues of Khafra, and did it my own. I mean, I'm terrible with computers, so I can't really describe it. It's not as simple-minded as I'm saying, but it was still illegitimate. Go one forward, Maureen. What? No, go. Yeah, that's the fantastic statue of Khafra in the Cairo Museum, and you see his profile. Go back one now. Okay, and so Lehner did a computer study came up with the profile of Khafra, stuck it on the head of the Sphinx and said, aha, because there were big arguments about whether or not the Sphinx was really supposed to be the face of Khafra. It's actually completely, even if you have bad eyes like mine, that it's not. And this got a lot of traction in the 80s. It was in the Smithsonian and New York Times. So all of a sudden this was used as proof that the Sphinx was really Khafra. Well, now we had to address that. Normally, you wouldn't. I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Actually, it isn't. I mean, everybody knows that Marilyn Monroe is a gorgeous woman and Hillary Clinton is not. Beauty is not necessarily in the eye of the beholder. Anyway, here's the face of, go back again. So what I wanted to do to disprove Lehner was to use exactly the same technique, the computer technique that he used, but on Elvis, and put the head of Elvis on the Sphinx and prove that really the Sphinx was Elvis. And however, the rights to Elvis's image is held by the Elvis Foundation. And they wouldn't let us use the king in that context, which I think he'd have been furious. He would have loved to have been the Sphinx. So we couldn't do that. And Boris, my criminal partner in this enterprise, more on that somewhere along the line, suggested instantly, well, why don't we get a forensic artist, forensic detective, to look in and do a study of these two faces and see if they're similar. So that initiated, within 15 minutes, he was talking to Frank Domingo, senior forensic detective for the NYPD, and we got talking, and I met him down at the cop thing down in the Battery. It was really funny because there was a whole room full of cops. I have prejudice against cops. It's one of my many prejudices. And I realized this is kind of a Natalie dressed, not in uniform, detective, cordial. And I realized actually at a certain point that he was grilling me. I'd never been grilled before. You get a parking ticket or something, they don't grill you. He was grilling me. And I thought, okay. And then he asked the question, well, if I go over there and I find that the Sphinx, the head of the Sphinx, really is Khafra, what then? And I said, we publish that. That's okay with me. I'll go back to writing novels, I don't care. And he said, okay, count me in. So we went, and with weeks we spent there doing this. It was very exacting work. And he came out, this is what he came out with. This is standard forensic practice. So this is the profile of Khafra, and you see that even though that's very ruinous is the Sphinx, there are certain points of reference that you can compare. There's the point of the chin, and the brow the brow up here, and you see he gets this angle of 14 degrees here. You do the same thing with the Sphinx. You get point of chin, and then exactly the same thing, and there you get 32 degrees. Well, that's a tremendous discrepancy. And according to Frank, under no circumstances whatsoever, because, I mean, the Khafra statue is one of the great masterpieces of all time. The Sphinx, if it were not, deliberately ruined, usually it's often said this was Napoleon's soldiers. It wasn't. I mean, Napoleon was a Mason, and he went there. He did not go over there to desecrate the Egyptian monuments. Another story is that it was the what do you call them, the Janissaries of the Ottoman Empire. What are they called? Anyway, 18th century or so, that used it for target practice, and that's not true either. The documentation to show that up to about the 12th century, Arab travelers going across Egypt and recounting their experiences would talk about the perfect condition of the face of the Sphinx. And then about the 14th century, they talk about it being disfigured. And it's very funny, these were somebody as an early ISIS, or these Islamic State lunatics that are going around destroying Buddhas and doing all of this other idiotic desecration. So this is an early version of one of them, and that's how the Sphinx got disfigured. Anyway, despite the disfigurement, you could see that there's no possible way in which these two faces could be modeled on the same individual. And I remember when, Bill, you were there. Remember we were in your studio, and Frank gave us this opinion of his. And now you see that the face of the Sphinx, lots of people have noticed, particularly in the 19th century, travelers, especially in profile. You don't see it much from head on. You see it in profile, particularly when you're looking from the north, and it really looks like an African face. I mean, not like an Egyptian African face, North African. It really looks like sub-Saharan African face. And we asked Frank about that, and he said very cautiously, well, it is consistent with sub-Saharan African physiognomy. And Boris, who had a sense of humor when he wasn't stealing money, said, wow, for the establishment, this is bad news and worse news. He said, the bad news is there was an Atlantis, and the worst news is they were black. Really good line. Anyhow, we were in enough trouble with the authorities in Egypt that when I had an op-ed piece in the New York Times about Domingo's work, and the Egyptians are as prejudiced as everyone else, and they don't want to know that somewhere in their history, and we also think that the Sphinx, we're very certain that the Sphinx's head is recarved. We don't know what it was originally. It's much too small for the body, and their masters of proportion, they wouldn't do this deliberately, get it wrong. But so we know it's recarved, but we don't know by whom, and we don't know what it was, of course, originally, just that somebody at some point in time recarved it, and that the face is consistent with sub-Saharan African physiognomy. But in my op-ed piece, I carefully avoided that because, as I said, we were in enough trouble as it is. And then a few weeks later, they published, the Times published a letter from an orthodontist near Cambridge, somewhere up there, named Sheldon Peck, and they're another expert in facial figure things, obviously orthodontist. And he said, hey, that's an African face. So I didn't say it, he said it. And we didn't mention this, we didn't mention it in the video. We just kept quiet about this, as I said, because we were in enough trouble as it was. But now in the follow-up, now we break this story, actually. And it will be among the many bombshells to come. This will be one of the bombshells. This could be of some real interest to an awful lot of people. Okay, so with that established, okay, there's the Khafra statue. Yes? Sure.
What is the significance of that?
What?
That it's a black sub.
The significance is that whoever is there at that time and in command is carving a head that is African. In other words, at some point in time, now it's known in late Egypt, 6th, 7th centuries BC, that Egypt was ruled by there were a series of Nubian rulers, but this is not Nubian. This is different. So this is a big mystery, probably one that will never be solved unless they figure out some way of doing what's the opposite of precognitive, anti-precognitive photography to show you, like Curlian photography or something, that shows you what was there, which is, given what we do nowadays with technology, it's not even that, in principle, it's not even that inconceivable. Anyway, let's go. Next one. Okay, so here's the water weathering. And we determined, I'd sort of worked, the end chapter of Serpent in the Sky, I did my homework, and I spent a long time doing it, but I'm not a geologist, so I got a couple of things wrong, but all things considered, not too bad. What I didn't know, and I had misgivings about myself, was it was water weathering all right, but how could it get up to the whole core body of the Sphinx? I mean, where we are here. This is 60 feet of wall. Go to the next slide. I think that'll show it better. Yeah, here, you see this weathering here on the thing. Here's us. So you see there's a huge wall here, deeply, deeply weathered with these verticals running down it. And it wasn't even chalk. It was one of the people who was with our earlier one of our earliest expeditions, who was a marine biologist but also geologist, who said, hey, that can't be floodwater, that's got to be water running down the plateau, rainwater falling over the edge of the Sphinx and creating the fault lines, scouring out the fault lines, so you get this rounded profile with these verticals in it. Next slide. And then you see this is where this comes into play now, because we have to get the funding together. This is, of course, the big problem always with these things. There aren't grants for this sort of stuff. That we're hoping to get a panel of geologists together to go over and really study this with various, all the relevant different fields of expertise, to really look into this water weathering thing and to try to put, if not put an actual date on it, put together a plausible scenario as to what kind of conditions it would require and how much time it would require to create this kind of weathering. And you see where I'm walking here? You look down here, this is a harder member of limestone. I mean, absolutely natural. It slopes down. And you see that here you go on a straight line, and here, even though it's very weathered, it's retained its profile. But here, the softer rock, it's weathered back from, I mean, this is, you see me walking along there. So up here in these softer layers, the softer members, there's as much as 12, 15 feet of weathering. And the limestone itself is, this is not ice cream. It's a pretty hard rock. It's not granite or anything like that, but what it takes. So what we want to do is to see if we can get some sort of consensus on what kind of weather, what kind of conditions it would require to get this. And I wouldn't, next slide. Okay, there, you see me. They filled this in now, the idiots, as if it were any danger. But, I mean, this dramatically shows you the depth of the weathering. Next one. Okay, now, so this is the plan to see if we can actually put some ballpark dates on, or at least create a scenario in which we can say with some assurance that this is what must have prevailed. And and by the way, the panel, if we get it together, because there is a handful of geologists who are disagreeing with us, all of them with a stake in Egyptology, and we're actually we'd be delighted to have them along as well to get a real ding-dong going, which would be all kinds of good promotion for Egypt and, of course, for ourselves. Now, there are other bits and pieces of evidence all over, and Jacques and I gave Jacques actually, a second presentation to the GSA, which was in 2000, with this further evidence, which includes this here, this strange-looking thing here, which I'll explain in a second. This was at Reno, and there, unfortunately, there was almost no press there, and so there were no real repercussions from that one. But nevertheless, the evidence was presented, and this time there were a couple of geologists who disagreed, and it wasn't a poster presentation. We learned our lesson. Poster presentations are much better. You can talk to people. This was a couple of 20 minutes and 1 minute for question and answer. So this is useless. And so there wasn't time enough for Jacques to shoot down the critics in flames. But anyway, this was among the pieces of evidence, and this is one of the reasons, because when I go to Egypt, and I guess I've been there by now on the trips, 4 times a year, mostly since the revolution, not always 4, but the first trip was 85. This is my 20th, 30th anniversary of doing trips. Must be about 100 trips. And people always ask, well, how do you do it the same thing all the time? I said, no. Every trip, no trip goes by. You'll see a few instances of this as we go along, where somebody doesn't come up with something really significant. And then I if you're an astronomer, an amateur astronomer, and you spot a comet, it's named after you. So whenever there's a discovery, I always like to say, so this is Jennifer's Corner. There was a girl I was going with named Jennifer on one of the trips, and I'm always looking for things, evidence. And this is a structure called the Tomb of Khentkaus, who was one of the queens of Menkaura, the builder of the third pyramid. And she came by, and I'd been there 50 times, and said, "Well, look at that, John. This is all weathered in here. This is typical undulating, smooth water weathering. And here, in Menkaura, by the way, this is Old Kingdom, and this is typical Old Kingdom masonry that is repairing this block, this huge, massive stone cube, as it were." And I looked, and sure enough, I said, "This is," and you see that the repair blocks are married to the already weathered interior of this. So this is another instance of very ancient weathering that has been commandeered by the Old Kingdom Egyptians, turned into something that would suit their own purposes. But this doesn't look very particularly visually exciting, but this is an important piece of evidence. Next one, Maureen. Next slide. Okay, now, up here, this is a tomb. So one of the competing theories now is that it's salt crystallization. And what happens is that, you see how all of this is weathered here. Here, you see it. Next slide. Go to the next slide. Okay. These are tombs that were cut in around 600 or so BC. Here you have me standing there. And the interior of these tombs, this is the interior. And the salt crystallization holds that, you don't see it so much here, but they're like giant stone potato chips form on the surface of the stone. The surface of the stone is roughly like this, and they fall off. You watch them fall off. You touch them, they come right off. So the theory is, according to Mark Lehner, that explains the weathering to the Sphinx. But actually, this won't work in a geology conference because, in fact, the Lehner flakes, I call them, the Lehner flakes form following the already weathered contours of the stone, and they don't and can't be responsible for this intense weathering. And then here, you see, this is the interior of the stone. Next slide. And this is, you see, this is the mason's chisel marks. So this has been, there are the Lehner flakes. You see the Lehner flakes, like potato chips. And so the mason's chisel marks, and this is around 600 BC, but so it's been exposed to the elements for thousands of years. And in those thousands of years, this is the amount of weathering. You can actually still see the mason's chisel marks. It's just blurred them. So this is actually a really powerful piece of evidence. Next slide. I call that tomb Lehner's tomb because that's where the theory gets buried. And I just met him recently in aside, we'll see if this works, but we had planned, there was a really hard-nosed archaeologist, professor of archaeology at Penn State University, who was, I mean, the archetype of obdurate, quackademia, and he was having a go at Graham Hancock back in the beginning of 2001, and he was gloating about giving Hancock's books to his students as how archaeology should not be done, and Graham was responding in kind. And at some point, I'm not sure, I think Graham suggested to him, or Fagan suggested it, that we held a public debate of them against us. So it was going to be myself and Graham and Schock and Boval against 4 of their guys, including Fagan, and there's a well-known, in fact, quite a good Egyptologist, but very hostile to us and the whole symbolist view, and a couple of other guys. And we were going to have this big debate in September of '01. And Fagan, who's sent out a kind of a big publicity thing, trying to get students to attend the venue and saying, you know, see pseudo-archaeologists debate with real archaeologists, this kind of stuff, which is absolutely unheard of. If you're going to have a debate, you don't poison it in advance. And unfortunately, Graham and Schock and Boval all got very upset by this. And they were threatening legal action. And I said, no, they didn't get to him in time. Don't do that. Wait till we get him in front of us. And I even had a banner I was going to put there, because this was Penn State University is there. I mean, if you write to Fagan, for example, it's Garrett Fagan or whatever, at PSU, Penn State University, .edu. And I was going to have a big banner made that said, see pseudo-archaeologists debate pseudo-Egyptologists. It would have transformed the whole thing. They wouldn't have been able to get a word in edgewise. I was too slow to get them on board to do this. As it happened, 2 weeks before the the debate was supposed to take place, 9/11 took place, and that pretty much would have made us anticlimactic at the time. Anyway, more evidence now. These are the. Wait, go back. No, back. Yeah, these. Now, these are the. Even the academics now, Lehner among them. Lehner's a very smart guy, actually, and with a sense of humor, which is not common in academia. And he's in fact provided me with some of the best evidence, but doesn't misinterprets it himself. Very strange. And you see, even he and a number of the others agree that there's a grand pyramid plan, as it were. It's like a unified field pyramid plan, that whenever the Sphinx is built, the whole thing is designed. It's not one pharaoh who comes, the usual explanation. Khufu comes along and says, well, let's put it here. And then Khafra comes around and says, well, I can't build a pyramid as big as his pyramid, but I can put it on higher ground so it looks bigger. And then Menkaure comes along, and that's the third pyramid, the smaller pyramid, and he says, well, poor little me, I have to do a little pyramid because we can't afford to do a big pyramid, so I'll set it a little bit off center not to call attention to itself. All of this is foolishness. It's part of a grand plan that takes in the Sphinx, and so whenever the Sphinx is built, something was built in the rest of the plateau. Whether or not pyramids, we don't know, but one of the most important, one of the most commanding bits of evidence or proof is this corner of the Khafra pyramid, because in architecture, in architectural history, when you see two different styles employed in the same structure, you know that you're talking about two different periods. So, I mean, if you buy a nice Victorian house and you buy it and it's got a really modern kitchen in it, you don't say, gee, you were really advanced back in the 19th century. Look at this fantastic microwave they have here. I didn't know they had No, you know that somebody put a new kitchen in an old structure. It cannot be otherwise. So here, styles of masonry are very telling, and they know this. So you see, you can't miss it, particularly in this corner, these giant blocks here, and then the much less refined, much inferior workmanship of the rest of the core masonry that goes into the pyramid. So this is, again, a very powerful piece of evidence. Next one, Maureen. Oh, and this is just more shots of it. I won't go into the casing stones because it's getting long-winded enough as it is. Let's go, next one. Okay, now these are the paving blocks around the Khafra pyramid. And this looks like bedrock, doesn't it? But it isn't bedrock. If you look here, this is one stone. And it goes up around like this, and that's one stone. Now, next slide. This is edge on. We were just up here moments ago, people walking around. These are the stones edge on. And so you see that these are stones. That one that I just showed you is not necessarily the biggest. It's about 20 by 30 feet. the surface of it. And as you see, these stones are all 6, 7, 8 feet deep. These are 250-ton blocks. And why they're put there, how they're put there, absolutely nobody knows. This is what, when we showed this to the project manager at the cogeneration plant that they're building in Long Island, when we're doing the Mystery of the Sphinx, the project manager looked at this, I'll come to the thing, and said, well, our crane can lift 200 tons, but we wouldn't know how to rig it in order to get these stones in place. And here, you get a sense here of how tight the joints are, especially here. Here, it's opened up a little bit by the weather. But if you stick a blade back in there, you get to a point where the blade won't go because the jointing is so perfect. Next one. And this is the blocks around the Great Pyramid, which are of an altogether different nature, and these are the few remaining big casing stones of the pyramid. So again, you have this discrepancy in style, which tells you that there's got to be a discrepancy in dating. Next one.
John,
Yes.
what does that mean? Does that mean that a pyramid who has different sized blocks here and then smaller, lesser quality, that was built over a huge period of time?
No, it probably means that it's built at a different date. In other words, whatever is there originally has deteriorated to such an extent that when they decide to either turn it into a pyramid or recreate a pyramid that was already there, that's how they do it.
So something predated.
Well, in other words, that they're, no matter what you do, there are two different time periods involved, and obviously the lower courses have to be there before the upper courses, and if they were all built in one go, you wouldn't have that discrepancy in style.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Has anyone surmised that those large blocks were actually just had the creases etched in the existing rock to make it look like they are paving blocks, the large blocks?
No, you can't miss it. Actually, it's not a bad question because, in fact,
It's
when you
not
follow it,
one solid stone.
no, but actually hard to explain, but the plateau slopes like this, so in fact the back of that pyramid is bedrock, and then these huge blocks are added on. They're very definitely blocks because you can see when you're there. Oh yeah, definitely.
Rocks.
But the back end of that pyramid, the western end of it, is in fact part of the bedrock of the plateau. You can see where it's been excavated in order to create that. It's easy to explain on site, but yeah. Okay, next one. Okay, more evidence. This is the so-called Red Pyramid at Dashur, which is about 20 miles south of the Great Pyramid of the Giza complex. Next one. Okay, this is unfortunately not a great photograph, but do the next one. Let's see where we are. Next one. Go back. Okay, this is somewhere I have better photos than this. This is shocking myself. This is a chamber, always called a plundered tomb chamber in the Red Pyramid, but it's not a plundered tomb chamber at all. It's a megalithic structure, and these rocks, even here you can see, it's very roughly dressed rocks, and you can see that they're weathered. They're not weathered like the Sphinx, but they've been out in the elements a long time. And here they're protected by the pyramid itself, which is supposedly built by Seneferu, who's the father of Khufu. But it's quite clear that when you're in there, that it's not a plundered tomb chamber. There had never been any artifacts found that would belong there in the tomb chamber. Rather, it's that there is this pre-existent structure, rather like the megalithic structures in Newgrange in England and Scotland and Wales, and here too in America. There's loads of megalithic stuff here that is carefully, not exactly suppressed, but it's carefully unmentioned. That these megalithic structures are not. Probably some of you know about this. They call them colonial
Root cellars.
Root cellars, yeah, as if the colonials had nothing else to do. They were busy building palisades to keep the Indians from marauding, but then they decide to store their potatoes for the winter in root cellars made of blocks of stone that weigh 5 and 6 tons. It's really, you wonder. Anyhow, so this is another very important piece of evidence to show that whenever the actual pyramid is built, before it is a megalithic structure, which is not hunters and gatherers. This is substantial architecture for reasons we don't understand to this day, but it's quite clear that it too has several stages of building. Next one. Now, another really mysterious one. This is the Osirion at Abydos. Cut into anyway, long story short, when you see these blocks like this massive, stark architecture here, you're pretty sure that you're talking about a much earlier stage of construction. And again, this is the next one, Maureen. Oh, back. Okay, well, this shows you the scale of it. And we're pretty sure that the Egyptians did not cut. This is supposed to be the tomb of Osiris. So you could argue that because it's a tomb, they would cut it into the surface, that it would be below ground level. We don't think that. We're fairly certain, very complicated, but we're fairly certain that this is a big piece of the evidence. And go back one again. No, go forward one. Oh, no, forward. Oh, well, we don't, no, go back to that last one, Maureen, please. Yeah, that one. See, this is all water in here. And when we were filming, were you in that one, Bill? When we were filming and Boris went in? Oh, that was an earlier one. And it's all, there are plants growing and there are fish swimming around. And there are thousands and jillions of tadpoles in there. And it's groundwater that comes up into the thing. And we were there, the film crew, and I guess it was pre-Bill days. And Boris, who was absolutely fearless. I mean, we'll get to the Boris story later. Physically, he was a racer. He was a race car driver. He drove for Ferrari for a number of years, and then he crashed a couple of cars and decided to get into something else. So he became captain of the U.S. Olympic bobsled team. So the guy who didn't work yet. So he was a lively character. Anyway, Shock was very cautious, but Boris picked up the camera, it was this huge thing on a tripod, and sort of rolled up his pants and got into it to do some filming. And Shock said, don't, it's all stagnant water. He said, Shock, you don't do that. You could, it could be, you could come down with something. And Boris said, yeah, you could get tadpolio. Anyway, anecdotes. Okay, next one. Now, this is where it gets interesting with the scholarship. This is a formation off the coast of an island, a little island in the Ryukyu Islands. That Okinawa is the biggest one of those islands, off the coast of Japan. And in the 80s, late 80s, a diving instructor there discovered this extraordinary formation. Go to the next one. Bah, lousy. Next one, see if I get a better one. Okay, there. That's me, you can tell. Well, I always wear the yellow goggles. Anyway, you see this, it all looks very, very regular. And the initial thing, this was a big deal, was that because it's underwater and at the very bottom it's about 100 feet. When the Ice Age melted, which is about 9700 BC, thereabouts 9600, the date that Plato gives, it turns out to be probably pretty accurate. The sea levels rose over the course of a few thousand years by around 300 feet. So anything artificial, anything that's man-made, that's 100 feet. I mean, the sea levels have been rising all along a little bit, but anything that's 100 feet deep is going to be evidence, commanding evidence of that earlier stage of civilization that's another smoking gun proposition. So Graham had a very wealthy Japanese fan who bankrolled us to come over there, myself, Shock, and Graham, to study this. And when you see it in photographs, it looks, how can it be otherwise? We had it all set. Shock was going to do scientific papers for the science journals. I was going to do something for scientific, for Smithsonian or National Geographic or one of those magazines. And we were all set to do this, and we were diving, and after about 4 days, 5 days of it, Shock and I, without going into the detail of looking at this thing, it is something that doesn't tally. And then eventually, at the end of the week that we had there, we found a place right by the shore where you could see the formation occurring perfectly naturally, though the initial look of it is that it can't possibly be natural. Well, this is why it's kind of an object lesson in how really careful you have to be. You can't jump to conclusions because it happens to conform to the theory you want it to conform to. So this was a good, interesting object lesson for us. Again, lots more words will go into this one when I eventually, or Shock and I eventually write the book that we planned. Next one. What was this? Oh, where are we now? Oh, we're up in the so-called relieving chambers of the. Wait, go to the next one. Let me see if that is so. Yeah. All right, we're up in the relieving chambers of the Great Pyramid. This is, everybody probably familiar with this hoo-ha that's been going on about the German archaeologist students, or a couple of guys who somehow scraped off. You see, this is all daubed in. There's a graffiti put on there by the builders of this amazing structure. And they're looking to prove that the Great Pyramid is older than it's supposed to be by dating, because the paint that's used here is mineral. It's minerals with egg tempera, what the Renaissance artists used. So the egg is organic. You should be able to date those things. And it's somewhere in there. Let me see the next thing.
Where is this? I didn't hear.
This is the so-called relieving chambers of the Great Pyramid, which are not relieving chambers at all. Nobody has ever found a rollade in them. They are actually resonating chambers. And the whole thing, it's funny, no matter how long a day I have, I can't get into the complexities of the resonance, but it was clear the pyramid is a device. It's certainly never a tomb. It did something. And as we go on in this, talk about Egypt as a one-issue civilization, it's for us almost incomprehensible in the sense that everything in Egypt that remains, I mean, I'm sure, people had fights and, the affairs, and they were human beings, but everything that remains, even down to things like utensils, mirrors, things you drink out of, have an esoteric significance. All are part of this, depending on how you want to phrase it, what Schwaller calls the return to the source, that we as human beings have the potential to arrive at a level of consciousness through our own inner work. It's not going to happen by rubbing crystals or hugging trees, and the aliens aren't, I don't think, going to come and rescue us from ourselves. It's a matter of inner work, and when you get to Egypt, particularly when you see enough of it in the episode, in the Magical Egypt series, but when you're there, you realize that these things were built by people at a level who had a level of understanding and a directedness that is to us as individuals almost inconceivable. So everything is directed toward this quest for immortality, and the pyramids most certainly played some sort of a role, and the resonance that goes on. Maureen, you have that. When can we play that? Not now. Maybe when we break out to it.
At the lunch break, but this is a recording that I made in the King's Chamber, because I too agree with John, that this chamber is a sound device meant to create certain vibrations to cause certain things to happen. And it's a 2 CD set, but we're gonna play the exact recording that we made, and it's 72 minutes long, and it's pretty wild.
And anyway, some few years back there was a rather snotty, was it the National Geographic or Discovery, a big documentary on the pyramids, and they sort of said they were talking about the pyramids as immortality machines, wink, wink, nod, nod. And in fact, I think they were right. That's exactly what they are and exactly what they do. But in what context, we don't know. The King's Chamber is remarkable in that it has, I should have it in there and I don't, the schematic of how it's actually built with these 70-ton blocks of stone that nobody knows how got into place. And the resonance in there is such that you can't have a conversation. In other words, there's so much resonance. Is that the right term, Bill? It reverberates that you have to talk like this in order to be able to be heard. Because anything other than that, it's booming all over the place. And you can hear it all the way down. Sound shouldn't have been able to do this because sound doesn't go around a corner, correct? Normally. But if you're doing a chant, we had a chance to test this actually a few years back, of if you do a chant in the King's Chamber, down in the pit, the King's Chamber goes, you're in the King's Chamber, and then there's a long passageway that goes all the way down, a long way, I mean, a few hundred yards. And then it makes there's another passage that's descending like this, that ends up under the King's Chamber, but as much below ground as the King's Chamber is above ground. So if you do a chant from the King's Chamber, the sound has to go around down like this, and then around like this, and all the way down. And it does. You can hear people in the bottom, in the pit, can hear what's going on up in the King's Chamber. So the resonance has some sort of significance there. And now that they know, this is Boval's work to begin with, that those so-called, what they call ventilation shafts, which are not ventilation shafts because they would not serve for ventilation. And if it's a tomb, why should the dead person need any ventilation anyway? So the whole thing is goofy. But that they're directed at particular stars. And so it's been suggested that actually the pyramid is, those star channels are wave guides for star energy. And we'll see later on where this is consistent with Egyptian thinking. So the whole thing is still a gigantic mystery, and we chip away at it a little bit at a time. Anyway, these are the so-called graffiti.
John,
Yes. Sure.
Are in the reverberations, are there certain frequencies that are more reverberant than others? That's the right word?
Has
Has that been studied?
Well, it's tuned to a certain frequency.
Do you know what that frequency is?
Yeah, I think Maureen knows it.
Well, what I was
Okay.
going to say is it's a double square, and a double square in a sound room would cause the sound to reverberate continually, and the upper relieving areas, the upper stones are uncut, even though the bottom of the stone is flat. And it's like when you go into a sound studio and you see those pointy pieces of foam
Sure.
to
Right.
break up standing wave ratios.
Right.
As far as an actual tuning, it depends upon the sound that's made, you see.
Right, but it seemed like certain frequencies would, unless they did a wide range of frequencies the way they designed it.
But it's still the frequency that's being made either by the voice or by some sound, by some piece of equipment that makes the sound.
No, I understand, but are there certain ones that are more reverberant?
No.
Yeah,
They're all,
actually-
across the board, they all are.
They're actually, well, John Reed and who was it, Paul Devereaux, because I know with some of the megalithic chambers, they they placed boulders in them so that, and I don't understand exactly the physics of it, but that they're tuned to 432 vibrations instead of the 440, which is the what do you call it, modulated
Yes,
scale.
John Reed is a sound researcher, and you might check out his work for that.
John
He
Reed.
also stretched skin over the sarcophagus and sounded certain pitches, and they resemble the ancient hieroglyphs and some ancient writing that he postulated that maybe that's where these letters, the Hebrew letters, for example, came from.
From the vibration on the skin with the substance
Yeah,
he had.
look up
in-
John Reed.
Okay, so it's like
R.I.P.
cymatic.
Yeah, R.E.I.D. Yeah, and then once you get onto that, you Google it up, you'll find a whole bunch of people who are working within that field.
Right.
And but also you have to remember that whatever the vibrations are now, they're not what they're supposed to be, because the entrance was cut in the 10th century by the pharaoh Al-Mamun, and that's a big thing. And then even the sarcophagus itself, we have a theory about this, Shaka and myself, that they're deliberately decommissioning the temples, and it's not for a change. It's the only crime that the church is accused of that it's innocent of, which is effacing all of the temples of Egypt. We'll get into that in a little bit. It's the Egyptian priests themselves who are decommissioning their own temples for reasons of their own. Their time is up, something like that. We'll see some very interesting things on that. So there's that, and even the sarcophagus itself in the king's chamber, it's chipped away in one corner. Everyone thinks it's to get the lid off. There's no proof that there ever was a lid, and it could be that that's destroying the resonance. And same applies to actually Jacques' idea, the so-called well. You know, that's right when you go in by the Queen's chamber, and it's cut, and they don't know why this is, and they think it's so that workers could escape when they were sealing the whole thing up, but that doesn't make any sense because they wouldn't have cut a thing like that in. So Jacques thinks that that's part, and I think probably correct, that, and also how you get up into the king, into these relieving chambers. Howard Vyse dynamited his way in, so that's destroying the resonance. So in order to figure out what the resonance was to begin with, they'd have to probably, with computers, sophisticated computers, you could get some sort of a fix on what the resonances were supposed to be, and which they won't be now.
So why
Like-
are they decommissioning? Did you say that? Why you think?
Nobody knows. It's absolutely clear. One of these days, because I can do this even though I don't have any credentials, is to give do a paper at one of the Egyptological meetings, which they have, called the self-effacing Egyptians, because they are responsible. We'll see some interesting evidence in a bit.
And you think it's
Either.
deliberate?
Oh, it can't be other. It cannot be other than deliberate. What we don't know is exactly why, but ballparking it, my sense is that they know, they understand the cycles of time and the yugas. They don't call them yugas, but they understand this, and so they are, in some way, effacing. In other words, magically. That's Jacques' term. He says decommissioning. They're magically decommissioning the era that's past, and they're leaving alone that which applies to the present. This would be a very interesting PhD study for somebody, because we're at such an age. I mean, we're at the end of an age right now, the end of the Piscean age, and it would be very interesting to know what the Egyptian thinking was along these lines. They're obviously going to a lot of trouble in order to carefully chip, efface those those images. There was a lot of work went into that. So it's very interesting among the many mysteries that attend Egypt. Anyway, so these are see here, this is the pharaoh's cartouche, and this is some idiot putting his name in there whenever, in 1941. And so this is this big argument going on about the German archaeology, about whether or not these are relatively modern things put on there by Howard Vyse in 1837. Anyway, it's a big, complicated argument, and as far as I'm concerned, the people who are making the argument haven't been up there, and we have, And we're absolutely convinced that these are original to the pyramid, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Khufu, Cheops, is responsible for building the whole pyramid. We think, sort of going back to that corner of the Khafra pyramid, that part of it is very, very ancient, and then Khufu came along and did this massive, not so much reconstruction, but a total addition, which includes the Grand Gallery and the old King's Chamber and all of that. But we think that the evidence is too good that these cartouches are real, and if they're real, it means that the Khufu has to be responsible for the construction of this aspect of the pyramid. But as I said, with all of these questions, it's impossible to be definitive in even a long day that we have at our disposal today. So next one, Maureen. Since the Mystery of the Sphinx came out, we've been fighting this battle for 30 years, and it does get frustrating sometimes because the evidence is so good that we shouldn't have to fight this damn thing over and over and over. And one of the big points, of course, is to get into the philosophy behind it. What we have now, what I call the lunatic asylum, this is a religion, actually, that I call the Church of Progress. And it is a church. It has its own dogma. And central to the central dogma of the Church of Progress is that we are the most advanced human beings, the most evolved human beings that have ever lived on this planet. And the whole idea of a sophisticated civilization existing back when we say the Sphinx was built in the earlier stages of the pyramid is by definition excluded, because how can it be that hunter-gatherers are responsible for all of this stuff? Well, we now have a number of smoking guns. I thought it was before this that where we talk about Göbekli Tepe, the site in Turkey. I'll get to that in a second. But really, they shouldn't have even had to wait that long for Göbekli Tepe, which they date to about 10,000 BC or older, when you have something like this. Now, this is a cave that's relatively recently discovered in the early 90s. It's called the Cave of Chauvet, which is the name of the explorer rather than the place where it is. You're probably all familiar, and I should revise this to get Lascaux and the Hole of Bulls and what's the other one, Altamira, the other. The Hole of Bulls, I'm sure you're all familiar with. Altamira, again, very high level of sophistication of cave painting, which is, I mean, Picasso learned how to paint bulls from the cave of Lascaux. Now those two caves are dated back through the strata, are dated back to about 19,000 BC. This cave, this is Chauvet, was discovered in the 90s, and they date this, again, by the same kinds of methods, to about 31,000 BC. Now, this is brilliant stuff, and it's done in the inside of a cave in which there's no illumination, presumably it's daubed on by fingers. And the next one, keep going. This is more of it. Now, this is spectacular stuff, and this is what's going on 30,000 BC. These are not primitives. They may be wearing bear skins, but to paint like that, you have to know a lot about what you're doing. And when you get into the fine details of this, these things are done in certain parts of the wall where they have perspective, all kinds of fantastic things about them. Unfortunately, I don't know how many of you saw the Cave of Forgotten Dreams. Werner Herzog, who was one of the great directors, but he really blew it on this one. I mean, it was really a boring show, letting the quackademics say whatever it is that they wanted to say without ever calling attention to the geniuses that produced this. You shouldn't have to wait for us to come along with our geology and things like that to recognize that stuff is going on where, no IKEA, no bobblehead dolls, no Walt Disney. But when you can paint like this 30,000 years ago, you're dealing with extremely sophisticated, creative human beings. Keep going. Next code. Okay, more horses. So this is I should have had this, I guess, later on in the show, but rather after the Göbekli Tepe. Keep going. Okay, there's Göbekli Tepe. I should reverse it. This is an artist's representation. Back in the 90s, there's a hill in Turkey, and it was just a hill as far as anybody knew. They had found, archaeologists had been there in the 50s and only had found flint tools or little bits of things to say that there was, that was inhabited, but nothing special. And the peasant who owned the field was plowing in the 90s, and the plow struck what he thought was a boulder, and he went back over it. Plow struck the boulder again. The boulder wouldn't move, so it dug around the boulder and discovered that it wasn't a boulder, it was the top of a column. Archaeologists were called in because Turkey is very, is one of the great archaeological sources in all of the world, really, not recognized generally as such. And they found that it was a column, and that peasant is very unhappy now because the government commandeered his whole hill, and so far haven't paid him anything for it. Anyway, this is an artist's representation of what's there. Ground penetrating radar has found all of these other circles. So what the site is this big hill, 22, 24, I forget the exact number, of these closely packed stone circles with the columns in the center. Next one, go to the next one. Okay, here are the columns in the center, and these are like mini Stonehenges, but it's not that many. In other words, these columns weigh between 12 and 15 tons, and we'll see more of them. They're carved in high relief. In other words, to create this fox here, they had to somehow or another carve away the surface of the column so that the figure jumps out of the surface. This is the hardest kind of sculpture to do. They date, now you see all of this stuff in here, and all over. This is all later. It's like everything complicated. But this fill here, this is not built up over the years, which you normally would expect. The wind blows and landslides happen and things of that nature. But no, this is, and they can tell, the whole hill has been buried deliberately, and they could date when it was buried because there's a lot of organic matter in this fill, and that gives the date of 8,000 BC or thereabouts. And so Klaus Schmidt, the archaeologist who was in charge there, German archaeologist, nice guy who died last year suddenly, wasn't old. And so now I don't know what's going on at Göbekli Tepe. But he dates the stone circles to at least 10,000 BC, and probably as they keep on excavating, which they're doing very slowly, it's near the Syrian border, so there's problems there. But it means that this is our smoking gun. In other words, you don't need anything other than this. I mean, the cave painting should have done it to begin with. But now you have this is archaeology. It isn't even just somebody's subjective opinion of great art. But this is solid stuff. Here are the columns. There's no denying them. Here's the fill. Nobody argues. The archaeologists don't argue with the dating. And so a civilization, whether it clad in bearskins or not, capable of doing this kind of work, existed in 10,000 BC. So who knows what more we're going to find. But that's our smoking gun. Keep going. I think there's more cool stuff in here. Yeah, all kinds of interesting things. Look at the way the fingers go around the column. It's anthropomorphic. I mean, it's meant to be a human being. Sorry, I mean, it's meant as a stylized human being. And all of these figures around here, keep going. Okay, here you have the vultures. Here you have, we're not sure what these things are here, but actually a lot of this, if you're not, put it this way, if you're not familiar with the work of Laird Scranton, this is a very important man who's doing really important work along these lines. Actually, you should have him here, Moraine Laird. He lives in Albany, so he's close by. Because he is proving, we'll get to some of Laird's stuff soon, he's basically showing that a cosmology that an accurate cosmology was in place in the very beginnings of civilization, and it was the same cosmology all around the globe. And we've had this discussion, he's a good friend, that quite possibly when in the Old Testament, I'm always cautious about using the Bible in a historical context because it's really a can of worms when you open. You don't know what's original to it. The translations are dubious and try to support a lot of it. So much of what is myth is accepted as history, and to try and disentangle it is a nightmare, and I usually try to avoid it. But in this case, it really did strike me that if the cosmology through Laird's work is shown to be consistent throughout the world, and it is all, not only is it consistent with itself, it's consistent with the latest wrinkles in contemporary cosmology, except that the ancients weren't stupid enough to imagine that consciousness is the product of our brains. They understood that consciousness is the, you might say, the preeminent, the pre-existing everything that there is, and everything springs from consciousness, not the other way around, as the Church of Progress faithful would like to believe. And it may be that when in the Old Testament, when they're talking about the Tower of Babel, and they're talking about in the ancient days, all of the world spoke with one tongue. It doesn't mean that the Eskimos spoke the same language that the Bantus speak, but it might mean that they had the same cosmology. And the cosmology is the one language, and that's the underlying language for the whole return to the source and the whole esoteric philosophy that, again, is everywhere when you know what to look for. Keep going. Oh yeah, and here's the gem of gems, this extraordinary lion or feline of some sort, again, emerging out of the rock. Oh, and curiously enough, they've got this incredible site. Nothing that looks like a habitation has been excavated. Lots of animal bones, so it's thought to be a ceremonial site of some sort, but they've also found no tools, how this stuff was done. So mystery compounded upon mystery. Next one. Now, big problems or big mysteries enshrined in small artifacts. This is a little bead. You see, this is the hand around it, a little bead, and you see that it's got a very hard stone. It's a diorite or a porphyry. It's a real hard stone, and you see this perfect little hole is drilled through it. Well, how? And you see, you really look how. I mean, here are these hunter-gatherers, and there's kind of, you can just sort of postulate they're hanging around, and they're sort of saying, well, we did enough hunter-gathering for today, and it's our anniversary, so let's carve a nice little necklace for the wife, and we have nothing else to do, so we have this nice little stone that just happened to be square, and so let's invent the drill that goes through to make a nice little necklace for our wife. How do they do it? What are they using to get to do it? And then also, why are they doing this strange little thing? So next one. Okay, there's another one. That one comes from Göbekli Tepe. This one was found recently in Turkey. It's an obsidian bracelet. Obsidian is a next to impossible stone to work. It's a volcanic glass, and the art experts who've been studying it, this one dates to where it's found in the, what the layer or the strata that it's found in. This is dated to about 8,000 BC. More clever hunter-gatherers at work, and whoever did the studying, and I haven't seen the paper, the details, but it turns out that this is very complex geometry that's gone into this ridge that they've carved into the obsidian bracelet. So, it's mystery compounded upon mystery, and you get this. I mean, this is a really elegant piece of work. If you saw this in the local shop here, your eye would go right to it and say, well, I think I'll go for that one. Yes?
Are you going to tell us who you think these people were? Or like
If
what
I
they were?
knew, I would tell you. I don't know. Whoever is living there at the time, you don't know. And
Do you think they were hunter-gatherers? You keep saying hunter-gatherers.
well, Maybe, but it's hunter-gatherers. Good point. They might have been wearing bear skins, but they were also carving fabulous things
So
like
they
this.
had help with that?
We don't. We really don't know. But it's like, what was it was just going through my head. Yeah, marvelous book. Early, I don't know how many people heard of Conrad Lawrence, the Bushman of the Kalahari, book written about in the 50s, and Lawrence is brought up with the Bushmen in South Africa, and he's talking about the missionaries are trying to get the Bushmen to become farmers, and the Bushmen say, why should we plant when there are so many mango nuts in the world? I don't know what a mango nut is, but whatever it is, it's a lot less work to get it to eat than it is to plow up the ground and plant stuff. So hunter-gatherers are deceptive. Who in their right mind wouldn't, particularly men, wouldn't rather go out and shoot reindeer and fish for fish than work in an office or something civilized like that, or plow or anything like that? The whole notion of hunter-gatherers have to be, because they haven't developed farming or Walmarts or anything like that, they are inferior to us in terms of their intellectual and philosophical capacities. This is more Church of Progress propaganda that's repeated over and over. So hunter-gatherers is used as, that's a good question actually, it's synonymous with undeveloped, unsophisticated, and there we see from the caves of Chauvet on, it's not like that. And they may have been hunter-gatherers, but why not? See, Göbekli Tepe, for example, this is a good instance. I mean, how long did it take for them to build these 20 some odd massive stone circles? So where are they living? Meanwhile, are they nomads who are wandering around and coming back to this place to carry out ceremonies? We don't know. We don't know. The only thing we can judge by is the results. So when you see that fabulous painting, you know that the people who painted that are not a bunch of gibbering idiots. And when you see things like this, you see that they have not only an artistic sensibility, but again, the same cave hunter-gatherers, they gave this, and they said, let's do this little stone bracelet for our girlfriend. And then while we're at it, because we don't have any geometry, so let's invent some geometry that allows us to produce this, the proportions and the dimensions of this particular bracelet. It's that we have had this notion of us developing from these primitive beginnings beaten into our heads to such an extent that it's very hard for us to think outside that particular box, even when you go back far enough, way back, a couple of 100,000 years, when they're dealing with flints and stuff like that.
That's not hard to get a circle.
No, but this, you don't see it here, but the geometry involved in getting that ridge together is apparently quite complex. I didn't see the actual paper myself, other than that they were talking about, the archaeologists who were studying this were saying that you couldn't come up with the totality of it without having sophisticated geometry at your disposal. And we see that in Göbekli Tepe as well. Let's go, Maureen. Okay, now more megalithic sites. This is Sardinia. There's a place you think of Sardinia as the place where they invented sardines, but it has nothing to do with that. And this strange island off the coast of Italy is one of the world's best kept archaeological secrets. It's got all kinds of wonderful megalithic structures in it. This is called the Giant's Grave. There are a number of these, but it's not a grave. And the opening here is focused on, I forget if it's the solstice or the equinox, but very carefully, if you're there on the right day, the sun comes right up. Well, it's sort of obscured by the plants in front, but it's one of these astronomical markers done for reasons that we don't understand. In fact, this is common, almost universal in ancient. The more ancient you go, the obsession with with astronomical astronomical relationships and orientations is manifest everywhere. They're all into this, and it obviously has a lot of significance for them that we don't understand. Because why? What's the difference between a solstice and an equinox and President's Day? But there is some to them. Okay, let's go. Okay, these amazing structures. Shock and I think, Shock hasn't been to Sardinia, but these strange things, we think this might have something to do with the whole business of coronary mass ejections, of sanctuaries, places to go from bombarding solar waves, maybe. Next one, these are massive things. Oh, here, that's the interior of one of these nuraji, they're called. They're dated, they date them to about 2600 BC. Jacques and I have questioned about this. Maybe, maybe not. But they're less than the next one. That's, no, this is the, it's like a stone beehive, you see, and they've created an arch with no support on the inside. Just the rocks piled up. And these are pretty big rocks, too. So amazing things, and we don't know why. Next one. More of that, more of Sardinian megalithic structures. You know, this is not a day. This is not casual, as it were. You don't build these things, even if you had really big earth-moving equipment. This is a lot of work to get those up, and you have to assume that if people are going to this amount of trouble to do something, they have some good reason why they're doing it that we don't understand. Okay, next one. Yeah, more. Oh, look at this. Next one. Next one. Next one. Okay, now this is Nabta Playa, a stone circle discovered in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. Out in the desert. I've never been there. You need a four-wheel drive to get there, but it's called Nabta Playa, and the archaeologists involved, it has a lot of very complex astronomical features attached to it that have been explored. An interesting book called what is it? Thomas Brophy is the author, and he's a physicist and archaeoastronomer. And there are sort of three levels of science or cosmology involved in this. It's very rough looking, but according to Brophy, it measures. It's not only these three stones. I'm not sure if these are the stones, but it has to do with, again, lots of astronomy. And what's interesting from our point of view is that the archaeologists date it to 6000 BC. So makes it the oldest datable stone circle, whether or not those figures are accurate or not. But it again is an indication that there is this sophistication available to people, at least some people, back as early as that. Otherwise, one of the things that's always thrown up at us is that we're postulating something or another, the lost civilization that disappears under cataclysmic conditions around 10,000 BC, kind of consistent with Plato's account, and then there's sort of nothing until all of a sudden Egypt and Sumer and India and China arise effectively out of nowhere. But when something like this proves that, no, it's that we just haven't found that much that demonstrates the knowledge that was available during those many, I mean, we're talking about 6,000 years, that's a long period of time, but it wasn't as though it's all savagery back then and they don't know what they're doing. If they're building a complex, astronomically sophisticated stone circle in 6000 BC, this is not going to be a one-off that all of a sudden there are a handful of people in whatever tribe lived there and who said, well, let's cook up some astronomy because we don't have anything else to do. It means that this is all that we found that dates back that early, but extrapolating that has to have been available elsewhere as well. Next one. Okay, there's just more. This tall standing stone. Next one. Oh, that's the plan of Nabta Playa. And these are the ones, the three stones that Brophy says represent the belt stars of Orion. And a very complicated argument he puts forward. What the hell is it called? An astrophysical map of the universe. Anyway, if you look up Thomas Brophy, you'll find it. And he's finding indications in the way that the thing is built that it's calling attention to events that go back at least 17,000 years. That's a pretty good argument. At one point it gets where he's saying that certain of the outlying stones are talking about the speed and of the expanding universe. They're talking about the speed at which the universe is expanding. Whether or not that's a bit of a stretch, but I'm in no position to refute it. It's just that the rest of the argument, or other elements within the argument, are much more convincing necessarily than that. Next one.
What's the name again, please, of that?
Thomas Brophy, and it's
That's
the origin map
and
or something.
The stones out of the desert. What's that?
Nabta Playa, Nabta, Nabta Playa. Playa because it was an ephemeral lake. It was a big lake back around 12,000 BC, and then it dried up. Okay, now we're talking about, this is Laird Scranton's work, and I'm going to run through this rather quickly, just brief. Laird is an expert in computer languages, and he got very interested back in the, I guess, 90s. He read Robert Temple's book, The Sirius Mystery, the original one that was published in the 70s. He based his work on observations made by a French anthropologist named Marcel Griol, who worked with the Dogon in West Africa. And the Dogon have, they live very simply, and they have a ceremonial, what they call a granary, it looks like a beehive, that they decorate with symbols. And Griol worked among the Dogon for, I think, about 30 years. And toward the end of his stay, let's say the 30s to the 50s, something like that, and he suspected nothing, that they had this simple society, and they made little pots, and they wove little things, and they were nice people. And then one day they came to him and they said, well, we trust you, even though we don't normally trust white men. You're okay, we're going to initiate you into our deep knowledge, which he didn't even know existed. And he had, the book is called Conversations with Ogotameli, really a very interesting book. And Ogotameli initiated him into the cosmology, the very complex cosmology of the Dogon, which they inscribe into these huts that they build, looking like a granary. And Temple talks about in his book, he notices a couple of things that Griol himself missed. One is that the Dogon know about Sirius B, the star Sirius that has its very heavy dwarf star circling around it, that they refer to as the heaviest thing on Earth, in the universe. And sure enough, according to the astronomers, it's this unbelievably dense little star that was only discovered by us in 1930 or so, and is a central aspect of the Dogon teaching, the Dogon cosmology. Usual explanation, believe it or not, the academics will accept practically anything. Carl Sagan, who was for a while, the poster child of popular science, postulated that they couldn't possibly have known about this star. It must have been the missionaries working among them who told them about Sirius B. You can just imagine the astronomer Jesuits who were working there decided to tell the Dogon about this little star that was circling Sirius B, who instantly said, oh, wow, that's cool. That's the missing part to our cosmology. Let's call that star sacred. This is accepted in Quackademia, this stupid explanation. Anyway, Laird got interested in another aspect of the Dogon. I think there's some connection between them and the ancient Egyptians. So Laird, knew nothing about any of these things, got fascinated and decided to try and track it down. And very, very quickly, he discovered, do the next slide, please. Okay, very quickly, he found that there were connections, even linguistic connections, between the Dogon, the living cosmology of the Dogon, and the cosmology of the Egyptians, which is no longer being practiced, but which is understood more or less from the mythology. Then he decided, this is his stroke of genius that has kind of put him on the trail, to see how this corresponded, the story of Genesis, as it were, the stages of Genesis, how this corresponded to contemporary cosmology. And sure enough, he found, when he looked into it, that it was virtually the same story. Even the images looked like, these are electron rays lighted after event horizon form. And these are all, next slide. That's the granary, next slide. Okay, and so these are the Dogon forms, and next slide. And you see they're very, very similar. That's Dogon as well. Next slide. That is not Dogon. That's from the laboratory. Next slide. Well, one of these is from the laboratory, and one of them is the Dogon. Anyway, the symbols used by the Dogon show up in very recognizable form in whatever they're playing with, particle colliders or whatever whatever the high-end advanced plasma physics and torsion theory and string theory and all of these things are consistent with what the Dogon are doing. Next slide. Yeah, that's the Dogon. That's the Dogon version. Next slide. I don't know if that's the Dogon or not. No, there's the cosmic strings intersect. So really, it's the same story, except for the crucial element of consciousness, which, as priests in the Church of Progress, consciousness as a precondition for manifestation is anathema to them. It all has to be accidental for them to be happy about it. It all has to be, the quest for meaninglessness is really a hard one for some people to understand. Next one. Anyway, okay, this is so these are elements that Laird discovered in working out his first book, which is called The Science of the Dogon. And then if you look, he's now on about his fifth or sixth book, and he's now showing that the same cosmology prevails in Buddhism, which comes much later, but nevertheless it's the same cosmology. He's finding it in China, all sorts of places. It's really, I think, major contribution to the advancement of real learning. Next one. Oh, this is out of the lab somewhere. Next one. I forget where this one's from. Oh, I think that's the Dogon one. Next one. That's Dogon for sure. Next. Keep going. Oh, and this is all very, 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 very complicated, but it's just, I extracted it from the book just to show you that the consistency of what the Dogon were doing with what happens in the particle collider lab, which again reflects upon the Egyptian account, which is phrased and expressed rather differently, but it's the same. And then he's finding it all over the world, and this is a big deal. Yes.
I forget the guy's name who lived with them and.
Marcel Griol.
Yeah, whoever knew about
Yeah.
them. Did they have the impression that the Dogons understood the meaning of the symbols, that it meant something, or was it just kind of something intuitive?
No,
did they
actually.
say where they came from, that kind of thing.
Oh, good question. No, Griol was just fascinated that they had what they called this deep knowledge, this complex cosmology, but as an anthropologist, he didn't understand, his curiosity didn't extend to saying, well, gee, is this really real or not? And in fact, in the 50s and 40s, you wouldn't even known enough, because a lot of this that Laird is working with is only the last couple of decades that you have those kinds of drawings of electron scans and all of this kind of thing. So yeah, Griol, this is, I mean, Temple I don't like very much, and I know him quite well. But that was very brilliant of him to have stumbled upon Griol and realized that, specifically, that they know about Sirius B, and if they know about Sirius B, Temple takes the position, one that I don't share, that of course, for them to have this knowledge, it has to have come from aliens. I'm not a great alien enthusiast. Not that the UFO phenomenon is absolutely certain, as far as I'm concerned, that aliens are responsible for building the pyramids and doing all of that sort of stuff. That I don't see any evidence for, put it that way. If somebody found something that really looks like evidence, in other words, it's not an argument to say, well, we can't do it now, so how could they possibly have done it then? It must have been aliens. That's the...
I thought a lot of the creation stories and the cosmology of these peoples of these different advanced cultures from the past said that they had, gods from the sky come down.
That's yes. This is when they talk about the star people and the gods coming down. They're talking esotericism, not physical contact necessarily. And when we get into talking about the gods, which we will shortly, maybe after lunch, the gods as cosmic principles, the whole thing takes on a very, very different aspect. Effectively, what they're doing, this is Temple himself and Zecharia Sitchin and all of these people are inventing you might say it's a kind of extragalactic Darwinism. It's basically Church of Progress stuff, except that the aliens are responsible rather than just plain old coincidence and accident. Anyway, continue.
We'll talk later.
Right, talk later, right. Continue. Good, Maureen. Yeah. Okay, this is Laird's next stage. This is a Buddhist stupa, which they use in Nepal and Tibet. And they also, this is very widely decorated. And there was back in the 60s, next slide. Now we get into this. Okay. There was a scholar, an architect and practicing Sufi with the unfortunate name of Adrian Snodgrass, who's an Aussie, who wrote a book called The Symbolism of the Stupa, in which he talks about their cosmology, but back in the 60s he's not really understanding that it's accurate, that it's really advanced, but a very solid scholarly book. Anyway, so and as I said, Laird has followed this path along, and it's now 5 or 6 books into it, and very, very interesting. Okay, now there's Thomas Brophy's book. Wait, what's it called? Wait, can you go? That's the whole slide, huh? Now I can't see the title exactly. Oh yeah, okay, wait, next one. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, well, we're still on Brophy here. Keep going. Keep going, something's out of place. That's all right, we don't have to go into this. An astrophysical map, yeah, the Milky Way galaxy that Brophy is finding in a stone sculpted stone that's deep under the sand now. There's a lot to this, actually. Keep going. Origin map, that's what it's called, origin map, an astrophysical something and map of the universe. Keep going. Okay, now we're, something's out of place. Okay, this is a vase in the Cairo Museum. I'm talking about, again, lost technologies. You see, this is a very hard stone, a green chest it's called. This is one piece, and you see, and the walls of this vase are about the thickness of the lip here. It's all one piece, the handle goes around here. Question is, how did they do this? And why should they do it? And we postulate that possibly, because these things come from early finds, let's say 3,500, 4,000 BC, when everything else is, or most everything else is relatively simple, but some things aren't simple. This is not simple. And we think possibly, I wouldn't want to go to the stake for this, that possibly, because a vessel like that is not going to weather And as long as you keep it, you don't break it, and you can keep it not outside, it's good forever. And we're thinking that maybe certain of these things stem from that much earlier period and are regarded as sort of heirlooms or, sacred things for whatever reason. You're also left with, this is, why make such a thing? You don't need it. If you want to use it as a milk jug or something like that, you can just throw a pot or use a coconut shell. You don't have to come up with something as wonderfully complicated as this. Keep going. Okay, and here's us. I wonder where something got lost in here. Okay, here's us. There's the redoubtable Boris swinging the digital sledgehammer. And what we're looking for are underground somethings. Here's our Sphinx. Underground passages or underground things that are deep underground. That's the seismograph. Basically, we're looking to see if there's any evidence for Edgar Casey's prophecy that the Hall of Records would be found under the paw of the Sphinx. Next slide. And there you see that's the readout from the seismograph, which is, to a geophysicist like an X-ray is to a radiologist. This tells them a lot. It tells you and me, unless you're one of them, nothing. But these passages here, these shaded areas here, indicate caverns or holes of some sort or another. Now this one over here, is at the rump of the Sphinx, and this is there. There's no doubt about it. There's a little block here. Then if the block is removed, you look in, or you go in, and you can see that there's this rough-cut cavern back there that terminates over here, and then there's a passage that comes to a dead end behind that. What it's doing, nobody knows, other than that it's absolutely, incontrovertibly man-made. And so the same shaded kind of profile, this is a harder block, harder stones here. And here, under the paw of the Sphinx, is another such cavern or chamber or natural feature, we don't know. But this is exactly where Casey said the Hall of Records is going to be found. So no week goes by when somebody writes me and says, has anybody gone down there and taken a look? Well, it's not necessarily a conspiracy not to look, although it sort of is, because they have poked probes down, carefully not putting them in where they should be. So just on the sides there, not finding a cavern, not finding a chamber there. But the water table beneath has been rising over the years, so it would now be, it's under about 15 feet of bedrock to get to the chamber. If it is a chamber, in theory, somewhere, there should be a passageway leading to it or giving access to it. And the seismographs, we didn't find any, but we were being kicked all around the plateau with Zahi chasing us, trying to prevent us from doing our seismological work. So we don't know, but there should be, if it is a chamber, it should be accessible, maybe from something far to the other side. We don't know. But it would be, for sure, filled with water. If there are any records of Atlantis, if they're in stone, something that's verifiable, let's say, well, this would be very, very interesting and very important. We may never know, because to get in there, to actually excavate, would be both time-consuming and dangerous in terms of the Sphinx itself, because the Sphinx is really in ruinous condition. And if they go banging around there with excavators and putting in a cofferdam to keep the water from flowing in quicker than it's, so that they can actually excavate, this would be a big deal, and it would be in the eyes of the world. You could say the Sphinx is one of the archaeological hotspots of all the planet. And they certainly don't want to come up having pulled a Geraldo. Remember? Voila, and it's empty. So they don't want to do that. So we think that if we are successful in forcing the academics to acknowledge the lost civilization hypothesis, sooner or later somebody is going to say, well, it's going to be good publicity to go take a look in there. So it may yet happen. We don't know. And may I say on this subject of money, but it's not really entirely about money, but Egypt trips, we've talked about them, and I'm telling everybody that since the revolution, it's been practically empty. Or in a few of these trips, we had Egypt entirely to ourselves, which is unbelievable. I mean, a catastrophe for the poor Egyptians, but an ill wind that blows no good for us, unbelievably good. And now it's starting coming back, not in droves, but it doesn't rain, but it pours. It doesn't pour, but it trickles, and people are coming back. So anybody contemplating an Egypt trip, sooner rather than later, because next trip is in October, and the chances are it'll still be nowhere close to full capacity. Once it's full capacity, it's a zoo. We manage. I've been doing it for years, but it's not the same as when it's half empty or two-thirds
It's like
empty.
the difference between riding the subway during rush hour and at 2 o'clock. No comparison.
2 o'clock in the morning or the evening?
2 o'clock in the afternoon, the subway runs well, it's efficient, but you don't have to fight the crowds to get in.
That's true. Good analogy, actually, Maureen. Okay, let's carry on. I was hoping to get this part in at the end of the last bit, but of course, as usual, I overstayed my welcome. The theories about what was responsible for Atlantis going down are many, and for years, shock. I mean, including the paleontologists, the record is pretty clear. The ice age the last ice age starts about 70,000 BC. It proceeds, it's basically sort of static up to about 11,000 BC. Then there's some sort of catastrophe. The current thinking is maybe a comet strike or something like that changes the climate and actually makes it colder. It's called the Younger Dryas. I'm not sure what that refers to, DRYAS. So it's a more intense cold for 10,000, for a long time, another 1,000 and some odd years. And then about 9,700 BC, there is a gigantic, now they've got an acronym for it, CME, not coronary, that's something else. Coronal mass ejection. I mean, I like coronary mass ejection. I mean, it's your heart streaming out, you know, it's kind of nice. Anyway, coronal mass ejection, which is a gigantic solar flares that fry everything. And the last one that was of any serious consequence, they happen all the time, and they'll do, recently they blacked out Montreal for a few hours. These things happen. But the last one that was consequential is called the Carrington event, because it was named by whoever it was, a scientist named Carrington. It was 1857, 1859, I forget which one. And it was pretty intense. And it fried what little electricity there was at the time, which was just the telegraph. That was it, the telegraph system. However, if one of that intensity happened now, today, it would be a mega disaster. I mean, imagine you wouldn't be able to get Justin Bieber on the television anymore. It would be awful. The internet would go down. I mean, really, seriously, we might not survive, or an awful lot of people might not survive a CME as powerful as Carrington event. And historically, and I'll get into more of this as we go along, historically, Carrington event is rather minor on the scale of major CMEs. So anyway, Schock is very, very interested in this and has got himself in touch with a professor named Anthony Perrott, and will come up in a second. Perrott is a plasma physicist at Los Alamos, and Schock has always thought that the events have some astronomical, cosmological event. In other words, it wasn't just a famine or something like that. It was some big impact of some sort. And Schock had always, talking for years, talking about some kind of a cometary thing. And the thinking has now got refined so that it's not just him, it's a number of people, very knowledgeable people who think that it's a comet strike or something of that nature that brings on the Younger Dryas, but that it's a CME that is responsible for the end of the Ice Age, where the ice melts in a hurry, relatively speaking, and the sea levels rise 300 feet over the course of a couple of thousand years. But certain of those rises were precipitous, where all of a sudden it's thought a huge ice dam breaks, and the water comes pouring down out of Canada, scours out the Mississippi Valley, raises the sea levels by a lot quickly. And we think that that's what's responsible somewhere along the line for the flood that put an end to a global Atlantis. We don't think we're pretty well convinced that Atlantis is not. I mean, again, if you follow this stuff, every month there's a new place for Atlantis off the coast of Spain, in the Andean plateau, believe it or not, all kinds of candidates for it, and people are using Plato's account. I'm about to get myself in trouble here, but I don't care. Plato's account as history, basically, that it has a historical basis, and and so they're looking for something that looks like his description of Atlantis. There's an extraordinary book written around the time that The Serpent in the Sky came out, I think 1979 or 80, by a very erudite musicologist, and I think a Sufi, named Ernest G. McLean. Two books he wrote, one called Rig Veda and The Myth of Invariance, which looks into historical contexts of Rig Veda, the Hindu Vedic Rig Veda, and then another called The Pythagorean Plato, which looks into the historicity of Atlantis. And McLean, building upon the work of certain other scholars, particularly music-oriented scholars, sees and explains to my view very, very cogently that Plato is not to be taken at face value as history, but rather he is using the story of Atlantis as it comes to him from his grandfather Solon, the lawgiver, who picked it up in Egypt. And he's using that story as the basis of a very complex musical allegory designed to teach his students, who are all musically initiated, how the philosopher king, in other words, the highest level of civilization, degenerates into tyranny through the laws of harmony, how harmony becomes disharmonious over that. I don't know enough music to be able to retransmit that very cogently. But if you look back, I'm sure everyone's read Plato's account in the Timaeus and the Critias. If you stop to think about it a minute, which I never did until I found out about McLean, how does he have all of these numbers? There are X number of soldiers, and there are this many moats, and the moats are this wide, and there's all of this detail. When you see that allegorically, you're following how music, harmony, degenerates into tyranny. And when I read that, I thought, this has to be correct. This is the numbers all check out, and when the numbers check out, you can be pretty sure you're onto something. And for some reason, I think Serpent in the Sky was already going to be published. And then when it went through various appendices, I think I just forgot that I'd read this extraordinary book. And at some point, I heard through a mutual friend that McLean dismissed our geology sort of out of hand, and so I didn't pursue the matter. But I figured actually that he was right, but we weren't wrong, because what I think the John scenario is that Solon had this story, he got it from an Egyptian priest, but without all of that detail. In other words, there was this catastrophic event at some point or another, and the water weathering of the Sphinx is the proof of that, as a matter of fact. So that part of the story is right. It's that the musical allegory has not been. McLean is. I mean, nobody knows about this book, so McLean is quite correct in that analysis. But both work, and then somewhere along the line, fairly recently, I mean, I think McLean, if he's still alive, it is in his 90s, and there was a little bit of an exchange between us, and I got too busy and I didn't follow it through. But I think he now agrees that this is quite possibly the case. Anyway, something happens to bring on that catastrophe. The Shock's favored explanation is that it is a CME, and the reason for that is will become apparent shortly. Maureen, next one. Okay, so this is solar flares of the northern lights, mild solar storm, aurora borealis, seen from wherever that is, Alaska. Okay, next one. So here now, this is Perrott, and what he's noticing, I don't know exactly where Perrott twigged onto this, but he began noticing, he was very interested in the petroglyphs, which are, rock carvings all over the world that share certain very peculiar features. And here, these are the strange features that show up. Next one. And see, he's doing experiments in whatever it is, particle collider or whatever they do down there in Los Alamos. And so these are his experiments where he's getting these figures. Here is conceptual. In other words, he's making these figures. He's sort of extracting it's as if this is a blurry. It's the same thing, but this one's blurred and this one's blurred, and this is what it would look like if it were all nice and even in a drawing. And you see what this is looking like. And over here, okay, here's his pinch instabilities. I forget what those mean. And over here, plasma. This is the plasma taking these forms. Next one. Here, this is Schock's work of his wife, Katie. Schock's very interested in Easter Island. He thinks that holds keys to a lot of mysteries. And they have this script that no one has yet deciphered, called Rongo Rongo. I'd love to be able to speak a language called Rongo Rongo. And in it, where are they here? Characters, a lot of these, if you go through it here, let's see, next one. Oh yeah, okay, so here's the experiments, here's what that looks like. These are the petroglyphs, that's what they look like. The petroglyphs right from the rocks. Here they are, the actual look here. And here, figures from the Rongo Rongo script. This is pretty convincing, actually. And those figures, I mean, this is what you have in the petroglyphs all over the world. And if you look at the petroglyphs, and Perrott has gone all over the world, and he finds certain elements in common. One, the petroglyphs are pretty crude. I mean, they don't look like the Sphinx or anything like that. And they usually show the fauna and flora of whenever they were built, depending where they were built. So in one, there are ostriches and rhinoceroses, and in another, there are reindeer and whatever is local for the north. And then toward the top part of the petroglyphs, they have these looking guys here that nobody can figure out. And so they look sort of like shamanistic figures or whatever, and that's what it's always been thought that, until you see, here are the petroglyphs, until you see, there's the Rongo Rongo, until you see the figures that come out of the laboratory. To me, this is pretty good as evidence. This is certainly better than anything I've seen before. Keep going. Okay, here they are. Well, this is us last year, Schock and myself, in Norway at this place called Ausvik, looking at these figures. Next one. Oh, now we're back to the Sphinx. Okay. Pardon?
What does that show?
It's showing. Good question. Well, it when the Carrington event went on back in 1859. You ask good questions. There wasn't enough photography around to capture these events in the skies, but when people who witnessed it drew it, that's what they got, with these weird-looking figures in the sky, showing these strange things with two heads and different arms and so on. So I think this was one of the things of Perrott, that he realized that those otherwise mysterious drawings come out of the Carrington event were part of a monster CME, and it's that, and when you see it all over the place, I mean all over the world, from Australia to the Eskimos to everybody, wherever there are petroglyphs, you have these bizarre figures, plasma figures, you might call them. And so this is as far as I'm concerned, really as good evidence or better evidence than anything that anyone else has come up with for the event. That is definitely, I mean, now, to our way of thinking, there's absolutely no argument that there was this ancient civilization that disappeared. What made it disappear, in all likelihood, a massive CME, and there's enough evidence. Perot's done a lot of this work, and Schock has taken it a bit further or in a different direction on his own, and they're in contact with each other. Perot doesn't like to talk about it in public much because they'll fire him from Los Alamos, but Schock doesn't have to worry about that. So the point is that historically, these massive CMOs are repetitive but not cyclical. In other words, you can't say that it's every 10,000 years or it's every 5,000 years, but over time, there are a lot of these things, and nobody can say. I mean, Schock thinks that this could be on the future, but the future doesn't necessarily mean next week. It could mean 150 years from now or something of the sort, but that this is a real possibility, and that if people were seriously smart or wanted to survive it or wanted their grandchildren to survive it, they'd be busy getting off the grid in any way that they possibly could and getting out of the cities if they possibly could, and being prepared for something of this nature to happen. Anyway, be that as it may, that's the latest in theorizing on the catastrophe theory and why and how the great global civilization took such a nosedive for all of those thousands of years before Egypt and Sumer and India and all of those reconstituted themselves upon the template of the old. I use the line that Egypt as a legacy, not a development. But so the template was there, so that there are these relationships, as Laird Scranton has shown, between the cosmologies, even though in many other respects the art is very different, and there's a lot that's different, but the cosmologies are sort of a constant. And so now we go into the basically symbolist Egypt and the theory, you might say, or the doctrine of return to the source. So next one, where are we going to now? Oh, to a break. No second break. Next one, okay. So now we go to Schwaller. This is the Temple of Man, the Temple of Luxor, aerial point of view. Very brief thing on Schwaller. He was born in 1891, brought up in a scientific household, something of a wunderkind. He was lecturing the Theosophical Society as a very young, as a boy really, at age 16 or so, specifically interested in number symbolism. His first treatise at the age of 16 was on Pythagorean mathematics. Got very interested in alchemy at an early age, and when I was doing my work on Serpent, and I was working with Lucy Lamy, his stepdaughter, in France, it was remarkable how little personal details would come out of that. And it wasn't that Lucy was being secretive about anything. It was that there just wasn't much there that was personal about it. And the alchemy, all of these things were I didn't really understand them well, and so they're not in the Serpent. But recently, a pretty good book came out by a French woman named Geneviève Dubois, called Fulcanelli and the Alchemical Revival, which is about this extraordinary spiritual ferment that was going on in France, parallel to the Golden Dawn in England and America, in which a lot of people were practicing alchemy. And Fulcanelli is a pen name, a pseudonym, applied to a book called the Mystery of the Cathedrals, La Mystère de Cathédrale, about all of this alchemical and astrological imagery written into the Gothic cathedrals of Europe. Fascinating book. People always thought that Schwaller had something or another to do with this. Nobody was really sure. Schwaller died in 63 or 64. I missed him by just a couple of years. I got interested in it in 66 or 67. Anyway, turns out that it wasn't Schwaller, but it was a lot of notes that he had taken and gave them to a favorite pupil who stole them and published them under the pseudonym of Fulcanelli. And Schwaller didn't even mind because he wasn't about to write them, but the information got out. Fascinating book, Mystery of the Cathedrals, now translated into English. Anyway, sorry?
How do you spell Fulcanelli?
Fulcanelli, Fulcanelli, which means in Italian, little furnace, referring to the Athenor that you cook all the stuff up in. Actually, there's a wonderful line from that book that I'm going to use one of these days in something that I write about the alchemical process and its culmination, and it is talking about the Athenor, where you cook all the stuff up. The fire goes out. The fire goes out only when the work is complete, and the whole tinctorial mass fuses with the glass and becomes luminous like the sun. Neat line. And that, I think, is what happens in alchemy. Schwaller claimed to have reproduced the magical stained glass that you find only in the Gothic cathedrals of Chartres and Bourges, and those 13th and 12th century cathedrals. And after that, they lose it. It goes into the High Gothic, and the glass is not the same as it was in those earlier days. Interesting stuff. Anyway, Schwaller, there's another mistake I made in The Serpent. I thought that he had gone to Egypt with his wife, who had lots of money. It's a very good thing to have a wife with lots of money if you're involved in doing something that's impenetrable and unreadable for 99.9% of the population. Anyway, my mistaken understanding was that he went to Egypt just for fun with his wife. And according to the Dubois book, no, he wanted to test the conviction held by everybody since the Greeks, the Romans, particularly the alchemists and astrologers and numerologists and Kabbalists of the Italian Renaissance, who all thought that Egypt was the fount, the origin of their knowledge of the Hermetic sciences, as they were called, or the Hermetic arts, and which was poo-pooed, of course, by contemporary academics. And Schwaller wanted to go to Egypt to see if he could find proof that they really had the kind of knowledge that would eventually result in this spectrum of disciplines that was so popular in the Renaissance. And actually, this is another example of the garbage that we learn at school. You would gather from it, I mean, barely do you know that Newton spent a lot more time on biblical number symbolism and numerology than he did on inventing science. We're not taught this. And we're taught that, well, so the Renaissance mages, practiced magic and there's astrology, but really they were interested in creating science. Not at all. They were interested in trying to reproduce the Hermetic doctrines that came down to them in fragmentary form. And for example, when Kepler discovered the laws of planetary motion, he exulted that he had rediscovered the science of the Egyptians. So this was common knowledge up to the 19th century and the beginnings of our Church of Progress. So Schwaller actually went there to Egypt to look for the origins of the doctrine in Egypt. And specifically, he was looking for the golden section and the associated Fibonacci numbers. And he was lucky. He got to Luxor here, and walking through this very ruinous temple, built on a kind of strange skewed axis. You see, this goes in like this, and this goes in a different direction. He had what mystics call a revelation, and poets call an inspiration, and scientists call a hypothesis formation and trying in their endless effort to make everything sound boring and meaningless. So Schwaller's hypothesis formation was that this whole ruinous temple was an exercise in harmony and proportion. And if the Egyptians who built this around 1300 BC knew about harmony and proportion, it would unseat Pythagoras. Not that he was terribly interested in unseating Pythagoras, but it would mean that the mathematics that Pythagoras is credited with inventing, and the laws of harmony and so on, actually existed in Egypt a full 1,000 years earlier. And if they're there 1,000 years earlier, they're almost certainly there another 2,000 years earlier, because this kind of harmonic construction and careful construction goes way back, at least to Saqqara and earlier still. So Schwaller was, again, in his own way, on to demonstrating the reality of that ancient sophisticated civilization. He was very lucky because as he was there, the French archaeological mission was surveying the temple to the millimeter. I mean, so he had absolutely exact measures to go by. And from that, he developed, I mean, first he was able to show that the Egyptians were using the golden section and Fibonacci numbers in a manner far more sophisticated than the Greeks 1,000 years later would be employing. But also, he and that led him to, from the geometry, led to the measures and proportions, which soon led to the mythology and the symbolism. Anyway, he spent another 15 years in Egypt developing this entire, this extraordinary symbolist interpretation that, you know, I'm busy trying to promote and the academics are busy trying to suppress. Anyhow, this is what it was based upon. And next one. This is a harmonic analysis of the temple, and also in the doing of it, at some point, working with Schwaller in those days must have been sort of a revelation a day keeps the doctor away, because when you understand what's involved and some of these things that he's come up with, this is not logical thinking. I mean, it's revelatory that he comes up with this. So in this case, he comes up with the idea of that the temple is proportionately exactly that of the male human skeleton. Female human skeleton is different proportionally, and I think this is John thought. I'm trying to get a copy of the architect's the blueprint, Philae Temple, one of the ones that they moved out of the way of the Aswan Dam, because that's also built upon a skewed axis, and it is an Isis temple. And it wouldn't surprise me one little bit, would be a very interesting study, if the Egyptologists would just stop looking into Tutankhamun's laundry list and try to get on with something of consequence, that's the temple of woman in the same way that this is the temple of man. Anyway, as you see, the major breaks in the plan are at the certain vital centers of the body. This shows that the harmonic scale itself is built into this whole tremendously complex plan. And so it's not meant as a model of the male body, as it were, but it's rather, Schwaller calls his own work, his own doctrine, the anthropocosm, in other words, the man cosmos. Back to Plato, man, know thyself. That in us are written all of the laws of the cosmos. And if we understand ourselves individually and collectively well enough, we understand just about everything in the cosmos, with one exception, very interesting exception. Schwaller calls the ground state, when everything is consciousness, he calls it unpolarized consciousness, which is a good way of avoiding God said this, or God did that, or Allah did this, or Krishna did that. It avoids specific religious symbolism. It's general. But it's unpolarized consciousness. And then, for reasons that are, in theory, unknown, according to Schwaller, the one thing in the universe we as human beings can't know is why nothing, or let's say consciousness, the one, decides to manifest and become the many. And this is in all esoteric religions, all esoteric doctrines, from the unsophisticated, Eskimo and Bushman and so on. I mean, when I say unsophisticated, they're sophisticated, but they're not, in our modern sense, they're not intellectualized, but they're there. And so the one thing that we can't know, according to Schwaller, is why nothing decides to become something. Everything else is open and available to us. This is a very interesting, and to my mind, a profound thought. So anyway, in here are written all of them. When we're in Egypt, and we get to Luxor Temple, it's the first big temple the first real temple that we go to after the pyramids in Saqqara. It's very interesting going through this, looking at some of the more salient pieces of evidence that support his theory, and then going back into what the quackademics are saying, and trying to deny that this is actually an absolutely brilliant, introduction to this profound Egyptian doctrine. Next slide. Okay, this is just more of the geometry, and the sweep of the compass and the ruler gives you all of this wonderful interplay. Next one. Okay, now there's an important part of the whole thing, really, and that is, okay, all of this is, Schwaller called it, the sacred science. What is it that's sacred, and why is the sacred sacred? And this gets into some very interesting, some very interesting work, which is, I mean, it's as you'll see, it's actually undeniable. Back in the 1830s, there was a Swiss, he's called the father of acoustics, named Ernst Chladni, who was very interested in the phenomenon of vibration, and because it seemed to connect to a lot of things. This is before modern physics or anything of the sort, and he did an experiment in which he fastened a metal plate to a violin and sprinkled sand on the plate, and then bowed the violin, and at certain frequencies, the sand, let's say symbolically chaos, assembled itself into these beautiful mandala-like patterns. And then when you pass that vibration, it dissolved into chaos again, and then at a harmonic of that vibration, it reassembled itself into another related but different pattern. So these were called Chladni figures, and for 100 years, nobody paid much attention. They were kind of a curiosity in science. And then, somewhere in the 30s or 40s, another Swiss, this time an artist and anthroposophist, a follower of Rudolf Steiner, decided to do a technologically more sophisticated experiment with the phenomenon of vibration, and devised little devices that would vibrate under controlled, exact vibrations, all kinds of different materials, liquids, powders, steel filings, all kinds of things. Hans Jenny was his name, and he called this study cymatics, which from the Greek kymos, which is wave, and so it's the study of wave forms. So these are stills of a couple of the forms that came out of his experiments. Next one. That's another one, sort of a spider webby type form. I mean, if you saw this on an exhibition of modern art devoted to geometrical constructions, you'd look at that and say, wow, that's really kind of cool. But then when you see it in action, this is another matter. So let's see if the machinery works. Maureen. Okay, now we hit that. We worked before. So this is, nope.
Wait, let me go back.
Okay.
Again.
So this is from,
We did get.
we did get it, yeah. This is from the Hans Jenny film that he did back in the 70s. And if you Google it up, if you get fascinated by this, to me this is absolutely fascinating, but not everybody responds the same way to the same experiments. If you look up cymatics, you Google up cymatics, in the last decade or so, all kinds of interesting work has been done. It becomes fascinating. Okay, watch this. Now that we don't have sound on this, and the sound that's involved is very boring sound. It's it's not Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. It's just the kind of ooh, and then it goes up a little bit, and then it goes down a little bit, and so these are, in this case, I think it's powdered, spread on. Is this visible? Why is this? Okay, look, these are all. Look at this. These are backbones being formed.
Powders and stuff?
This is out of powders and sand and certain cases liquids.
Lycopodium.
And you see lycopodium, that's right. That comes from a mushroom or something, I think. Or something. Look at that. That's a trilobite. I mean, back to biblical things, in the beginning was the Word. This is the Word is a vibration. The importance of sound, or you might say the genetic importance, the word's escaping me, but practically every civilization that has a cosmogenesis, birth of the cosmos. Look at that dragonfly. That's on a steel plate. And that has a cosmogenesis talks about in the beginning was the Word. This is the Bible. In Egypt, Ptah, the architect of heaven and earth, creates the universe out of words spoken by Jehuti, principle of cosmic wisdom. The Australian Aborigines talk about the spirits singing the universe into being. This should be shown 5 times a year in every high school in the world to get rid of the hideous, dead materialism that we're in the middle of. But so just let's see what's going on here. Now this one, is this the steel filings? Oh yeah, this is the most interesting one. These are iron filings on a magnetized plate. And just watch this. It looks like Kurosawa on acid doing a Mars. Look at this. And this is
Like an army.
it is absolutely an army. It is metal filings, Mars, and there they are in action. I mean, this is no accident that Mars, iron, and all of these things are associated with warfare. Look at that. Isn't that great? I mean, you could do great fun putting music to that. Is this actually visible? Oh yeah, it's from my view here. It's the light shining on it.
This is, cymatics is kind of the chaos to a new order.
It's order.
Which is contrary to the harmony into disorder that you were talking about, right?
No, it's the different other way around. It's actually disorder into harmony.
Oh, the other is
Cymatics, the other way.
disorder? Oh,
Well,
I
but
misunderstood
also disorder. We're talking about Plato. Yeah, I mean, if it's not tended, order will degenerate into disorder. In the words of one of Gurdjieff's students, a very brilliant man called J.G. Bennett, he says the higher organizes the lower, but the lower disorganizes the higher. And you can apply that actually to an industry or to a restaurant or something like that.
Yeah, there's a whole science called entropy.
Well, it is entropy. It's entropy and negentropy. That's right. Okay, anyway, let's see.
What is causing the motion?
Oh, well, just sound. Sound, and I don't have it. It's not interesting sound. It's just something that goes zzzz, but it's not music or anything like that. Actually, it's expandable when it's the pitch, but of a certain volume and a certain frequency and all of that. In fact, when they played, Jenny did this. He played music over a tank of water, and you could really see the difference between Mozart. Mozart looks like Mozart, and Bach looks like Bach. And I'm sure if you played gangster rap over it, you'd get something else. There's that Japanese guy who's been Emoto, right? Who's been working with this. So this has become a subdiscipline in its own right, and in my mind, a very important and very. I mean, it's spectacular because you see it happening in front of your eyes. Okay.
Like harmonics.
Hmm?
looks like harmonics. You
Yeah, it
see
is
different-
harmonics.
The different heights of those little stalactites
Oh.
correspond to like harmonics. It looks.
Well, it would be interesting to do some sort of a statistical analysis because they're all the same little filings, and some of them are built upon on top of each other.
Yeah,
Would be
because every
fascinating.
note has harmonics.
That's right.
One note. It's
Yeah.
harmonics.
Okay, now we get into the cosmology of what makes the sacred sacred. And when we're talking about temple building, the gods themselves, the so-called gods that are dismissed, of course, by the academics, or the gods of any of Indian culture or whatever, are dismissed as figments of the inflamed human imagination. To rationalists and materialists, sacred is just a polite word for superstition. When you see it happening in front of your nose, it's a different matter altogether. And so, as we'll see as we go through this now, the gods of Egypt are actually represent they are the embodiment of certain cosmic principles. So let's say on the organic level, fertilization, gestation, birth, growth, maturity, senescence, death, renewal are principles, and each one of those are the organic principles. And there are you might say, the conceptual mathematical principles of polarity, triplicity, quadruplicity, pentacity, or whatever five thing would be. There are the numbers, the meanings associated with those particular numbers. No room for this. That's usually a long talk on the bus ride back from Abu Simbel in Egypt, so we won't get into that here. But what Goethe called architecture frozen music, which is not to be taken as poetry or as metaphor, it's literally true. And so a temple, just as music, I mean, we all know that it's all vibration, and it makes its effect through relationships between the vibrations and the volume and what's playing it. A bassoon is different from a violin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very complex phenomenon. We respond to it emotionally, unless we're a quackademic, and we don't respond to anything. But we respond to it emotionally, and we know that. There's no accident with music. You tend not to think of architecture that way for good reason. You go into your local Walmart or McDonald's, and you're not going to get much of a sense of the sacred, except for maybe the sacred money. But in the hands of illuminated or initiated architects, the relationship and the interplay between the principles is expressible in particular mathematics, particular geometries, particular measures. In other words, all of these produce a vibration. It's a temple, an Egyptian temple, or a Gothic cathedral, anywhere where there's a tradition of sacred art and architecture. You can't miss it when you go into one of the great mosques in Egypt, or, as I said, the Gothic cathedrals. We have almost none of it in America, so this is, unless you've traveled, you almost don't experience it. The only place you get it, for the most part, is in nature itself, and from certain kinds of music. It's, Bach has lots of it, and Monteverdi and Beethoven, and we have an access to it, but not in terms of architecture, and we tend not to think that way. Egypt teaches you what it's like when it's enshrined in architecture. So with those different principles, the temples are created, the temples are consecrated to a god or a goddess or a triad of gods and goddesses, different, and the interplay between them manifests or is made manifest by these extraordinary buildings. And when you walk through them, particularly if you have it more or less to yourself, and you do it ceremonially and silently, you are resonating not at the audible level, but at a subaudible level to the stone symphony that temple is playing, and you can't miss it. And I mean, it affects different people different ways. It's actually what Gurdjieff calls objective art. It actually hits everyone the same way, but we interpret it differently. So certain temples are, let's say, Dendra, which is where the new year is celebrated and represents the womb of time. I'll talk about that a bit more later. Is a very dark, heavy temple. And some people react sort of, it's a bit creepy. And others, it's their favorite temple and they could stay there all night or all day. But it hits people differently, but the reaction is always the same. So when you go through these extraordinary places, you are vibrating to the tune of that principle. An Amun temple is one thing, and a Horus temple is another thing, a Osiris temple something else again, but you are getting that sacred experience whether you like it or not. And of course, when there are 1 million people there, it's like trying to listen to Bach in the middle of the Super Bowl. You're not going to get very much out of it. But if the conditions are right, you resonate to it, and there's no mistaking that you're doing this. And it's one of the reasons, apart from paying the mortgage, that I do my trips. And when you're done, there's a wonderful quote, I forget, I didn't tell everybody, but it's privately. Florence Nightingale, who wrote a series of letters back home in 1850 when she was visiting Egypt, and she really got it, actually. If she hadn't gone into nursing, she knew she was there on a mission from God, and she wasn't sure what it was. Long story, and she wrote a book. It was just letters home, and the book was discovered by, the cache of letters was discovered by an English researcher who put them together in a book, and I reviewed it for the New York Times, and turned it single-handedly, nobody else paid much attention to it, into something of a bestseller, which was really, Florence Nightingale was long dead, and she was very rich anyhow. She didn't need my review. So I sort of said, why didn't somebody do that for me? But anyway. Anyhow, there's this marvelous book called Letters from Egypt, Letters of Florence Nightingale. And they're really brilliant. The world wouldn't have had to wait 100 years for Schwella de Lubitsch if she'd stayed with Egyptology. She's a brilliant woman, actually, who's come down through history one-dimensionally as the goody two-shoes, the lady with the lamp. And she was a tigress. I mean, she was a ferocious intellect who took on the heads of Egypt. She was amazing. Anyway, she wrote one of her letters home, said one wonders that people can come back from Egypt and live lives the way they lived them before. And this is really true, even now, as long as, I mean, if you're there, particularly if you have enough of it to yourself or you experience it that way, you understand the difference between what we call progress and what they, I don't think, even had a name for civilization. It didn't occur to them that there was anything other than civilization because that's what they did all the time. Actually, I digress for a change. If you want to be able to assess any society or any civilization, you almost don't need history books. The history books are, particularly Western history books, are designed to, one way or another, to denigrate the past and champion, again, what we call progress. But it's very easy to judge a civilization, and that is to assess, examine what they do with their creative impulse. So when you go to Egypt, it's very easy, one-issue civilization. Immortality of the soul, the quest for immortality, everything is consecrated, everything creative. All their creative energy is devoted to that one thing. You look at Renaissance Italy, very interesting, very elaborate, brilliant, intensely egotistic, actually. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Egyptian artists never signed their work, and most of the greatest of the masterpieces were not even meant to be seen by the public. They were buried in tombs. It's hard for us to see a rationale to that. Very good for reining in the artistic ego, which can be pretty strong. So you look at where the creative energy goes. You look at us, what, maybe 65% goes into killing other people in one way, shape, or form, into so-called defense, which is offense. Another 25 or 30% goes into frivolity, into Hollywood and into television and into Disney World. And I'll get, when I talk about the 5 cowboys of Apocalypse 2.0, we'll get into that in more depth. And maybe 5% actually goes into worthwhile medicine, and the arts are on a, take a back seat to everything. I mean, the New York Times calls its section on the arts and entertainment, which is opposite ends of the spectrum. Imagine if the science section were called science and tinkering. There'd be an uproar. But that, if you really want to know about a civilization, you look at that. And in fact, I mean, novels, Western literature is really only a few hundred years old. But you want to know about Victorian times, you read, I mean, if you can stand it, I can't, Dickens and Thackeray and George Eliot. And if you want to go know about Victorian England, you don't need a book of history. You just go see what the artists are saying. They always say, that fact is stranger than fiction. It may be, but fiction is often truer than fact. You get a real sense of it from those things. This is what art is supposed to be doing and what it very rarely does. Anyway, digression. But if you want to judge a civilization, look at where its creative energy goes and you won't go far wrong. Okay. Now in Egypt, so the cosmology itself, the birth of the gods, or let's say the formation of the gods, and I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because I know, knowing me, that I'm going to run out of time. So let's go. It starts in Egypt. It's what's called, there are different cosmologies. This one is called the Heliopolitan cosmology, which comes from Heliopolis, which is where the airport now is. Anyway, in it, the initial act of which Waller calls the primordial decision, the decision to make something out of nothing. Go back that one, please, Maureen. Okay, Atum, who represents the god before there were any gods, let's say the principial divine principle. This is Amun, and he creates the first polarity, the first male and female, through an act of masturbation. In other words, he has no female yet. He has to create the first female, the first pair, and between them, what arises from this act is the first pair, male and female. Shu, who's often called the god of the air, which means absolutely nothing. Really, he's the principle of extension. Tefnut, his female counterpart, is called the goddess of moisture. That means nothing also. She represents the matrix, the moist matrix from which creation springs. And here is Atum, and here is Shu and Tefnut. And then on the side here, next slide. Oh, no, what is it? Go one more. What happened to the last one? Nope, go back. Go back. There should be, go ahead, go back one. Another one. There it is. Yeah, that's the one I want. These are called the sperm of Atum. So this is a sperm cell. In other words, the Egyptians know what a sperm cell looks like. They can't see a sperm cell. You need we need a microscope with a pretty high degree of magnification. And you see they all have these heads on them with beards. So that means they're divine. This is the divine sperm cell. And this is one of innumerable indications of the sophisticated extent of Egyptian knowledge, because, as I said, wouldn't know what a sperm cell was like if we didn't have microscopes. Okay, continue. Okay. Now this is the famous cathode ray tube for the unicorns. Actually, my composer stepson was once talking about the album covers of most New Age music, and he said, it's all so many airbrushed unicorns, and that was, I mean, the perfect totem animal for sort of the extreme New Agey, wishy-washy kind of concept. So this is a cathode ray tube in unicornia. Back one, please. And it isn't, it's cosmology actually. It does look like a light bulb, but you see it's a lotus flower here from which emanates a water snake, which is a waveform, the first vibration. And the lotus gives forth, the lotus is a plant in Egypt, same symbolism as India. It has its roots in the mud, in the earth. it grows through the water, flowers in the air, and sends forth this mildly psychedelic perfume. And so what this is actually, and I'm pretty sure this doesn't say so, but I'm pretty sure it is, if you're a cartoonist, how do you draw a smell? So this is the envelope of fragrance, you might say, Christian terms, the odor of sanctity, in which the first vibration takes place. Next one. And here, this is sequences of cosmology. It's in a crypt underground. And that's the first act, you must say. And here, one has become two. And we're operating, it's different here. Here we have two water snakes. And here, the different features that are not in the first one have been filled in. Anyway, a lot of discussion goes into the difference where this is the second stage of cosmogenesis, and one has become two. Let's go, keep going. Okay, now here, hippopotamus and crocodile. This is the axis of the universe. Hippopotamus is Tauret, who represents the principle of gestation, of maternity, of pregnancy. And you see, belly, I mean, again, the animals of Egypt are all very, very carefully chosen through direct observation. And when it's a very brilliant way of representing the sacred, because if you know even a little bit about that particular animal or bird or insect, whatever it is, it gives you you viscerally understand the principle without having to get into the philosophy behind it. So the hippopotamus is the only land mammal that gives birth underwater, and water is in practically all esoteric esoteric doctrines is the primeval waters from which everything springs. That's even in Darwinian evolution. It's the primeval ooze that they talk about from which everything springs, of course, accidentally. But anyway, and also, what could be more pregnant than a pregnant hippopotamus? And on its back is the crocodile, which for fairly obvious reasons represents death. So this is the axis of the universe, which, becoming in return, is central to the entire gigantic universal fabric. Next. Okay, well, this is another one of Nut, the sky, and the one on one side is death, and on the other side, life is coming down. So it's portraying a cycle, and here we have our sperm cell all over again. Very, very complicated. This is Nut, the sky, and there's very interesting geometric pentagonal symbolism of all of this. This is Shu, who's the earth. Egypt did it opposite. We talk about Mother Earth and assume, usually refer to the sky, so do most traditions, as masculine. Egypt turned it around, in which the sky, and it both makes sense, depends on how you look at it, in which the sky, the matrix of all, it's the sky that produces all of the stars. And so the sky is feminine, and this is Geb, the earth, fallen to earth. That's the fall, actually. The fall, the descent into matter. We'll get later on into Set, who's the antagonist of Horus. Horus becomes the Christ in Christianity. Set becomes Satan, the devil, but probably there's a linguistic connection between the two. Horus represents, or the Christ represents, born again, resurrection in Christian terms. In Egyptian terms, basically the return to the source, portrayed as a falcon. And Set is, according to Schwaller, he who imprisons spirit in matter. So Set must be conquered and overcome, but at the same time is a great god, because without Set there would be no manifestation. There would be no matter if Set did not imprison spirit in it. And our job on an esoteric level is to free the spirit from the matter. This is the basis, actually, of all religions, or you wouldn't know it. Next. Oh, here's the Dendera, and you see Nut, the sky, is curved around the ceiling of the shrine. Here's the facade of the temple, there's the sun, and she's giving birth to the sun. You see where she is? She's giving birth to the sun in the morning, and the sun is streaming down in packets of papyrus flowers. And I take this to mean, actually, this is not an obvious thing to do, to go to this amount of trouble. If you ask a kid to draw sun rays, he draws them in straight rays. The Egyptians went to all the trouble. Papyrus is the flower that represents organic growth, or growth in general. And this is streaming down in packets, which I take to mean, and I think other people also take to mean, that the Egyptians understood the quanta nature of light, that it streams in packets, it doesn't come in streams. Okay, next. Okay, that's just a close-up of a similar scene, but less blurry. Next. This is the ceiling of the Temple of Dendera, which is all astronomical ceilings. This is very late, so the Egyptians know about the zodiac for sure, but they don't portray it that way in earlier periods. Next. These are the ram-headed sphinxes outside Karnak Temple. Schwaller says that this is another of the proofs that the Egyptians understood the precession of the equinoxes, because the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which comes, which starts about 2000 BC, marks the exit from the age of Taurus and the ingress into the age of Aries, whose animal, who's represented by the ram, and this is early, these ram-headed sphinxes. So it's before the Greeks popularized the earlier zodiac. So interesting bit of evidence, not necessarily conclusive, that the Egyptians, that they are symbolizing the ingress into Aries. Next. Oh, here's the famous Ankh, the spirit of life that becomes, that morphs into the Christian cross. You see it happening in front of your eyes in certain of the Egyptian late temples. And usually thought, well, different explanations for this, but the best one is probably, which is current academically, that the loop represents a stylized uterus, and the shaft and crossbar stylized male genitalia. So what is life other than fusion of male and female? Next. This very interesting one is Osiris, who represents the life force. Actually, there's a wonderful Dylan Thomas poem. I don't know how many of you are Dylan Thomas fans, but there's a marvelous line in which he talks about the force that through the green fuse drives the flower. That's Osiris, that force that drives the flower out of the ground. It's the mortal god who dies, without going into a lot of the symbolism. The Isis-Osiris, or rather the Osiris-Set Isis-Nephthys Horus myth, comes resonating down through the ages. It's in Egypt for as far back as Egypt can be traced. It surfaces, for example, in Hamlet. There it's called Omlodi's Mill. It becomes Danish, but it's the same story. And it surfaces yet again. How many people saw The Lion King? Only a few, really. The Lion King, anyway. In The Lion King is the Hamlet story all over again. Most of the critics missed it, but there's an interesting part in that. Very Disney at its best, wonderful cartoon. And there's one scene in which a little lion cub is looking up at the stars, and he says, "What are those?" And his father says, "Those are the souls of dead kings." That means whoever wrote the script knew their Egypt, because that doesn't come out of Hamlet. That's strictly Egyptian, in which the divinized soul, the language is specific, the initiated or divinized soul of the pharaoh upon death, and the pharaoh isn't the only one. The pharaoh is just, it represents the cosmic human being. In other words, he's the prototype for all of us. It's not that he's necessarily a privileged character. And in the myth, in the pyramid text, it says upon death, the pharaoh Ba unites with Ka. There's two spiritual entities. The Ba basically being the divine spark, all of us individually without exception. It applies even to Dick Cheney, the born with, and the Ka, which is sort of the psychological complex, usually fractured within us, the different parts of us that don't know what the other part is doing. But the objective is to unite that divine spark with the remembered, this is the Osiris myth, the remembered personality, at which point the Ba unites with Ka, becomes a star. This may be, the Egyptians may not be talking figuratively, it may be real, I mean physically. This what stars normally, you think of this a whole bunch of gas that just coagulates into a star for no particular reason. Maybe the Egyptians knew what they were talking about. Anyway, Ba unites with Ka, becomes a star, joins the company of Ra, the solar principle, the sun, but the solar principle, philosophy rather than physics, becomes a star and sails across the sky with him in his boat of millions of years. In other words, immortality, immortal life, etc., etc. So in this one here, so Osiris is all fractured in the myth, very complicated, and he's put together through the magic of his sister and wife Isis, and the one part that's missing, all of this is a lot of explanation, but very interesting when you do the explanation because you see where all the pieces fit in. It's funny that if you look in the dictionary, the first meaning given for myth is a lie. It's the other way around. Science is a lie, or what we call science is not a lie, but it's provisional. Myth is the interplay of cosmic principles, and it's an endlessly rich source of wisdom. So anyway, in this case, the phallus is missing. Osiris is given through the magic of Isis, who's the mistress of magic, a golden phallus that's good for only one night, gold being the metal of eternity, alchemy, etc. All of this makes sense. Next one. And here, Isis, in the form of a falcon, settles upon the upright phallus of Osiris, and in due course will give birth to Horus, who becomes the Christ. And what this is, 1300 BC, is an Egyptian rendering of what would subsequently be called the Immaculate Conception. Next. Okay, here's everybody's favorite goddess, Sekhmet, who esoterically is the female aspect of the fire principle. Very interesting. She's almost always carved out of granite or one of the fire stones. Here, she's so masculine. All the action is done by Sekhmet. And again, you look at the figures who are involved. You look at the actual life cycle of a lioness. Ptah, her consort or her husband, you might say, is shown. I don't have him here, but is shown as a mummified figure. Ptah is the architect of heaven and earth, and is shown in mummy wrappings. In other words, unable to move himself, unable to act, holding in his hands the emblems of power, the myth of the various emblems of power. And it's Sekhmet who does all the work. Well, in real life, the lioness, the male lion, effectively does nothing but sits around and roars and keeps the other guys off his ladies. It's the female who does all of the nurture, all of the hunting, all of the work, which is as it should be, and so she's the perfect animal chosen for this fire, and she's also in charge of warfare and revenge and all kinds of dark sides. She's the other dark side of Hathor, and here she is. I mean, it's a gorgeous statue. The one before that is in a little shrine about from here to there in this room, where we bakshish our way in and have a 20-minute or a half-hour meditation, and people come out of that understanding very well that they've been in there with a very powerful lady. Too bad they kick us out. We could use an hour in there, but we don't have an hour. Anyway, next, that's Sekhmet again, a wonderful statue. This is Hathor, who is unique in that Hathor is the cosmic feminine, whose other side is Sekhmet, and those were big things happen on my trip. I said on a number of occasions that I get things from people who are with me all the time, and this strange face of Hathor, you see, sort of triangular with the high cheekbones and cow's ears, and she's the only one of the gods who has a column all to herself. The columns in temples are either papyrus, representing the organic world in either bud or in flower, or lotus, which represents, let's say, transfigured material, this material transferred and transmuted into spirit, either in bud or in flower, and then the strange Hathor column all to herself. And I always wondered about this, and without going into a long palaver, this is in the temple of Hatshepsut, the great queen, but it didn't figure out, I could never figure out what this face was, because it doesn't look Egyptian, full face, you don't see that normal. Why the cow's ears? Well, there's an association between Hathor and cow as provider of nourishment. That made perfect sense, but the face didn't. On one of my trips, there was a woman, this is known as Rani's Hathor, and as a wife of a friend of mine who was on the trip, and I was talking at greater length about this mystery of Hathor, and she was a woman who'd given birth to triplets at some point, and she said, "Oh, John," he said, "but that face is the shape of a uterus." Ah, well, no wonder, the womb of all, the cosmic feminine. And then suddenly it became clear why the cow's ears. Those are ovaries, and sometimes you see right in there a little egg, so they knew about this stuff. So this was really, and Ronnie, good friend, and she tragically, I mean, not old, but she had this weird thing and died a couple of last week. So this is memorialized as Rani's Hathor. But that was actually a big discovery. I subsequently checked it out, and other people, one other person had noticed this back in the 60s, but nobody paid any attention. So now lots of people will pay attention. That's a big deal, actually, to discover that relationship of Hathor as uterus and as the cosmic mother of all. Next. Okay, that's just a great photograph by my friend Sarit. I mean, the Egyptians knew how to do the feminine form. That's the falcon, which is Horus. Why a falcon for Horus? Representing what would morph into the Christ in Christianity, and is the falcon in Egypt, because representing the return to the source. What a falcon does in real life is it flies high and hovers high up in the air, and when it sees its quarry below, it dives at an incredible speed, faster than gravity should take it, a couple of 100 miles an hour, and then seizes it and returns into the eye of the sun again. So it's the return to the source, and Horus is is a very ingenious bird to have associated with that principle. Next. Okay, and this is down in that crypt where we had the light bulb before, of the Horus all feathered, and it's very interesting that the feet are left rough, and the headdress rather is left rough, but all the rest of it is feather. Again, becoming in return, it's cyclical in its significance. Next. And here, actually, this on a complex called Saqqara, you have these rearing cobras representing, actually similar to India, the risen Kundalini. And this is all of these subjects, needless to say, are very, very complicated. But what Saqqara has, a number of tombs of nobles. The king's tombs, the pharaoh's tombs, are always entirely symbolic. You don't see figures from daily life in those tombs. But as I said earlier, the whole purpose of the Egyptian esoteric doctrine is the return to the source, which requires from us a transformational process. So in Egypt, particularly at Saqqara, you have a number of noble tombs that have all of these decorations in them. And to the academics, These are scenes from daily life because the nobleman or the noblewoman wanted to remember all the cool things they did in life because they believed in life after death, ha ha, wink wink, nod nod. So they had all of these things carved into their tombs to remind them in their disembodied state of all the cool things they used to do. But we'll take a look at some of these, and we see that they are scenes from daily life. If suddenly the whole civilization disappeared, which it's liable to do any day now, and all we had left were these scenes in the Egyptian tombs, with a little bit of ingenuity, we would start a whole new civilization, at least of the crafts and the arts and things of that nature, just from the information written into these extraordinary reliefs. And we'll look at a few of these now. Can you see what it is? It's a guy, this is a little pig here, little piglet, and it's a little piglet, which is rare in Egyptian iconography. Can you make it smaller? Okay, can you see what it is? Little piglet, and it looks like it's mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and somebody here is pouring something over the little piglet. And I always wondered about this. It's completely unique. There's nothing like it the rest of Egypt that I've ever seen. Always wondered, what the devil is he doing? I mean, and on this last trip, this is known as Alistair's piglet, because on this last trip that I just come back from, we were looking at this in the tomb of a nobleman called Kagemni. What the hell is this? And he said, I know what it is. He was a Scot, and his family owned a sheep farm in some of the island off the top of Scotland. And he said, I've seen them, that baby lambs are often born not breathing. They can't breathe. And what they do is they pour warm water over the lamb, and somebody actually gives them mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and they come to life. So this is what's going on there, quite clearly. I thought that was really very beautiful. And we now know what the piglet is there for. Okay, now, these are the scenes, and you see these are very vividly done. Here they're fishing. So from this, these are all the fish of the Nile. You would know, if you didn't know anything about fishing and everything disappeared, pretty much what you have to do to catch fish. There's a gang hook here, and here's a one kind of a net, and elsewhere they have other kinds of a net, and someplace there's a big trawl net. And all of this is very vividly realized. All of these, every one of these scenes is in one sense or another transformational, transformative. And in fact, until pretty recently, practically everything that everybody did was transformational. The problem was that you had, at least in Europe, a brutal aristocracy and an utterly repressive church to make life miserable. But otherwise, if people, if human beings are devoting their lives to agriculture, I mean, it takes a lot to be a good peasant, to agriculture, to carpentry, to stonemason, to sculpture, to goldsmithing, to all of these things. These are satisfying in their own right, and they never become dull because you can always get better. This is the opposite of practically everything that everybody does nowadays. Very rare to find somebody who makes a living out of their own creativity and can stick with it. Next. Okay, you can see what's going on here? Okay, this is goldsmithing. Here they're weighing the gold. Here they're smelting it with blowgun. They're stoking up the fires. Here they're transforming it into necklaces. Here a boat they're making, and you see here they got dwarves working on it here. You will not believe what the Egyptologists say why dwarves are so often associated with goldsmithing, and that is that with their stubby little legs they can't run fast, and so they can't get away with the gold. I mean, this is, even at its general low level, this is Egyptology at some of its worst, because, I mean, this guy looks pretty fit over here. Maybe he's got a bad ankle. This guy's got a bit of belly on him, so he couldn't run too fast. But really what it is, simple enough and interesting, because I'm pretty sure that it's what we have in the Wagner, in the Ring cycle. The dwarves, Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, the dwarves are associated, they're earth spirits, associated with mineralogy and smithing and gold and mining and so on. So they have that in Egypt too. Fun. Next. Okay, this is the famous, how many people have heard about the helicopter? All right, this is in Abydos, and here, say, this is where the unicorns come into play. This is the helicopter, and looks sort of like a tank. And I don't know what the hell this one's supposed to be here. But the helicopter, and people are very insistent about this. In order to have a helicopter, you can't channel a helicopter into existence. If a helicopter presupposes a long history of very complex, an industrial base. You can't just hammer a helicopter together. You need certain kinds of metal. If they had that in Egypt back in 1300 BC when this place was built, it is inconceivable that there would not be some other kind of evidence for an industrial base, and there's no such thing. So what it is actually, one of the Egyptologists decoded it. It's a palimpsest. There was an initial in palimpsest when they have medieval manuscripts, illuminated manuscripts. They're very expensive, and very often they would, when they no longer served a purpose or they wanted to use them for something else, they'd paint over the original painting, and then that paint would fall off and give you one thing superimposed upon another. And that explains actually quite adequately why, I forget which figure is which, why you get a helicopter out of that. Anyway, these are the sort of things you have to be careful of when you're doing scholarship. Okay, next. Okay, now a very interesting one. Remember, we just saw the hippopotamus with the crocodile as the axis of the universe in a sacred setting. Well, this is scenes from daily life, and you can bet that the scenes from daily life are scenes from daily life. So here you have a hippopotamus, and it is giving birth, and the crocodile is behind it, and it's about to snap the little baby hippo out from its mother's womb. So it's life and the cycle of life and death, and often, not in this one, but often the next scene shows the hippo grabbing the crocodile with its enormous jaws and cracking its back. So this is an actual life scene of a cosmological understanding. Next. Okay, now here's a whole bunch of different real life scenes. Here you have cow tethered, where is it? Cow tethered, yeah, so that it can't kick the bucket, and calf taking milk from it. All of these things have, all of these are life scenes. Here they got to get the cattle across the river, and the cattle don't want to go across the river because they know that there are crocodiles there. So what they do is they take as a sacrifice, sort of Isaac and Abraham maybe type symbolism, and they take the calf of one of the cows and tie it to the boat in front, and the cows will all follow the calf, and with a bit of luck make it to the other side, but otherwise they won't go at all to the other side. So anyway, but from this, as I said, it's all very vivid, and you could start from scratch and develop an agrarian society from it. Next. Oh, here are the dogs, the greyhounds of horror. So we saw one of those in Alistair's Pig, but I forgot to point it out. These are the Egyptian greyhounds pulling down the animals of the desert. And I've always had I have a thing about dogs. And one of the things when I went to Ibiza the first time, I couldn't find any information on it. I didn't really know how to do scholarship, but there probably wasn't much. But one of the things I was intrigued by when I read a little bit about it in the Encyclopedia Britannica was that they had a breed of indigenous dogs that were believed to be purebred descendants of the hunting dogs of Egypt. And I was fascinated by that, and sure enough, they were there. Some of them didn't have the curly tail, but otherwise identical dogs. Keep going. Wait, what's this one? Oh, this one should, here, I don't know what happened there. Wait a sec. Oh, we'll come to it later on. Here, another scene. They're force-feeding or medicating a hyena. I have absolutely no idea why they're doing this. And I've been looking, somebody will come up with an explanation one of these days. I mean, people do not keep pet hyenas, as far as I know. Next. Okay, here's another one of crocodiles mating. And again, wonderful, this is brilliantly rendered, Here's a dragonfly there. I'm not sure why it's there. Fishing scenes, but a very high level of artistic relief work. Next. Okay, and here's a whole bunch more. Let's see what we see here. Up here, here you have the greyhounds pulling down the animals of the desert. Over here, you have guys building. Where are they? They're building papyrus skiffs. Interestingly enough, these papyrus skiffs are identical in Lake Titicaca in South America. They have exactly this thing, but made out of reeds, not papyrus, but it's the same. And this is very hard to imagine that they come out with the identical little kind of canoe. There has to be a connection of some sort. Here's a very interesting instance of of the proof, because when I was developing this theory, I think that's a John original, but I'm not sure. I might have got it from Schwaller and implemented with a lot more information, but I'm not sure. Anyway, very interesting here. You see, it's called a clap net. Where is it? It's on the ground here. Where the devil is it? It's here, yeah, it goes up like this and it goes down like this. It's a net with a hinge on it, and it's spread. They used this until quite recently in the papyrus swamps, which have disappeared. And they put decoys in the net, and birds come into the net. And at a certain point, this guy is actually hidden in the swamp. This guy with the long scarf. And at a certain point, when the net has plenty of birds in it, he goes like this. That's the signal to the guys who are holding the rope. And here, see, they're pulling the rope shut, and the net's going like this, whoop, and it catches all the birds who represent wild spirits, who are then given as a sacrifice to the gods. So this is an actual means of hunting wild birds. It's a theme that comes resonating down through history, in a way, in the Magic Flute, Mozart's Masonic text, which was Papageno is one of the good guys in the Magic Flute, and he's a trapper of wild birds. This is a strange thing to just pick on for no particular reason. And then, actually, and I don't have this picture, we looked for it and I couldn't find it. In one of the other temples, in fact, two of the other temples, you have the same scene of the clapnet on the ground, and you have it being shut by a retinue by the king and a retinue of the gods themselves. So this is more than, in other words, the trapping of the wild birds is basically a sacred and spiritual enterprise. It's not just wild birds that are being caught. It's quite complex, but it's another of those instances where you can see the transformational or alchemical nature of the what's being represented. Next, because all of these are in the noble tombs. See, this doesn't apply to the pharaoh himself, who is living, at least in theory, in an entirely spiritual world. But it is all of these. It's not that the nobleman wants to remember all the fun he had fishing and all the rest of it. It's that he has to, in one way or another, why certain figures, certain representations are in certain tombs and others in other tombs, I don't know, but it may have something to do that it's a kind of a spiritual biography or a spiritual autobiography of that particular nobleman and what he was doing, he or she, in certain cases, was doing with his or her life, which is to work upon those, to start with the crude, or the, what is it in alchemistry, what do you say, with the gross, and end up with the fine, with the transformed substance. Next. So, now on with the symbolism. This is a model of the so-called solar boat. Remember I mentioned before? The boat's in here too, we'll see it in a second, but this is a model and you can see it all in one shot, otherwise difficult. And remember, Ba unites with Ka, joins the company of Ra, and sails across the sky with him and his boat of millions of years. So this they always call the solar boat, which is not inaccurate, but the boat of eternity would be better. This is the vehicle that, in an enlightened state, about which I know relatively little, takes you across the sky. So, and we'll see, this is an actual boat that's 150 feet long with discovered the only one discovered up till then, right next to the Great Pyramid, a 2,500-year-old boat, quite certain that it was built by for and by Khufu, and it proves on just the physical level a very interesting thing, and we'll get into this as we go through. Let's go, Maureen. Next shot. Okay, there's the boat. There you can see the whole thing. And next one. Okay, there's room on top. When you see this boat, you probably know, at least at some level, about the diffusion theory that there's a master civilization that goes all over the world traveling, and the what's it called? The independent independent invention theory, which is that all of these things that look so similar are invented among societies that have no connection with each other. The evidence for the diffusion theory is pretty extensive, actually. The advantage of the other one is that it's, again, in its own way, a denial of the unity of humanity that really was, almost certainly, that was once there. And what the solar boat proves, actually, in a sense, because up until, Thor Heyerdahl, the Norwegian explorer in the 50s, sailed across the Atlantic in a papyrus raft and saying, well, they could have got over this way.
What museum is this boat in?
Beg your pardon?
The museum.
Where is it?
Yes.
Oh, the museum is right next to the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid's right there in the background.
It's
built
in Egypt.
Yeah, pardon? It's in Egypt, yeah. And it is amazing, and once you see it, you realize that with this boat, it's hydrodynamic, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely seaworthy. You see, with a boat like this is the best boat up to the clipper ships. You can go anywhere in a boat of this nature. So if people come up with finding artifacts, for example, claiming that they're Egyptian in Australia, it is very, very probable and possible they can go anywhere with a boat of this nature. So this is a spectacular thing, and there are bits and pieces of evidence. The academics argued for years, they're still arguing for all I know, 60 years later, whether the boat was ever used was purely ceremonial, and it's absolutely self-evident when you study it that it was used extensively, and actually even used in the seas, probably the Red Sea, because underneath here, you can't see it from where we are. On my trips, I always learn stuff on the trips. I was talking about whether or not it had ever been used as a sailboat, as a vessel. And he noticed down under here, there's a place where it hit the ground somewhere. It grounded, and it's a very rough-looking thing, a very, very jagged-looking wound that's been dealt to the ship. And he looked at it and he said, "Oh, this has definitely been sailing the southern seas, because only hitting a coral reef would produce that kind of a gouge in it." So these kind of interesting things. Next. Okay, now here's a symbolic boat, and wait, let me see if this next one. You see the same shape of the boat. Keep going. I want to get to this. Oh well, it's not going to be where I want it to be, but go back one, please. Here we don't see it. I have to find another instance of it. At the very back of the boat, there's normally 2 steering oars, and again, the yachtsman on my trip, I didn't have a rudder, but the steering oars would have served perfectly well. And what's interesting about it, remember, this is the boat of eternity, the boat of the return to the source, and there are various divinities associated, 3, associated with who steers the boat, what steers the boat. It's any 2 of the following: Sia, which means consciousness; Hu, which means action, or specifically action; and Heka, which means transformative energy, magic. And so what is it that propels the boat across the sky for eternity? It's some combination of those two faculties. In other words, what guides you through your life. If it's consciousness and action, or action and magic, or magic and consciousness, you're way ahead of the game. If it's stupidity and greed, too bad. Better luck next time. Let's go. Okay, well I mentioned this earlier. This is Hatshepsut here. This is different, the self-effacing Egyptians that I talked about. You see that she transgressed probably because she took on the role of Pharaoh. She could have ruled as queen all she wanted, but for whatever reason, there's a big arguments about who did this and why and when, what for. But you see how carefully they've effaced her figure. This is not the, Cromwell's lunatics going in and knocking the heads off all the statues. And she's having poured over, the symbolism is complex. Here's Horus with his falcon's head. And here's Jehuti, who represents cosmic wisdom. So the return to the source and the cosmic wisdom to do that. And they're pouring the waters of life over the figure of Hatshepsut. And I'm sure if you counted the number of Ankhs, you'd find something very significant in terms of seasons or months or years, something of that nature. Okay, next.
John,
Yes?
what do you make of the part human, part animal figures? What does that have to do?
Sometimes in certain kinds of scenes, it's a priest officiating who's wearing a jackal mask or a Horus mask or something of that sort. Sometimes. In other cases, it will depend upon context, and sometimes they'll have a human form, sometimes they'll be entirely a jackal or a bird or whatever animal it is. And in other cases, it's got that human figure, and I'm not sure what the context is other than that they know why they're doing it that way and we don't. I'm not sure. Go ahead, good question. Oh, and here, by the way, underneath here, these are the lost sheep, except they're floating here, but they're basically the lost sheep of Christianity. And here they are the sort of the ones who are wallowing, floundering in the water, the drowning. And the text would talk about them getting up off of their asses and getting their work done instead of just floundering around in the water. Next one. Okay, now all of these are scenes from the book of the Duat. This is the equivalent to the Bardo region of Tibetan Buddhism. And very, very complicated texts. The texts themselves even talk about how complicated they are. And I won't even try to go into detail here. This is the coffin that's being let into the ground. Next one. And here, this is a god called Sokar. This is the bowels of the earth. In other words, it's the ground state of matter. And out of here, you see the three-headed serpent with the divine figure. This is unbelievably complicated. And the wings means that, and the Horus head means that the principle of return to the source is at the very foundation of creation itself. If you have, unfortunately, the guidebook's out of print now, but there's a long chapter on the funerary texts in the guidebook, which is pretty good in that it's hard to follow when you're there in the tomb. It's roasting hot in the tombs, and people are shouting to get in. Very hard to explain on sight, but that chapter is actually even the academics complimented me on making sense of that chapter. I took the work of a closet symbolist who was working in Egypt when Schwaller was there called Alexander Piankov, who wrote a number of very big books on the funerary text. And what I did is I took Piankov and Schwallerized it, and insofar as anything can make sense of these extraordinarily complex texts, that probably does. Next. Okay, more scenes. I don't know why I have all of these in here, what I was going to get into. Next. There's more scenes again of the Book of the Dead, or rather the Journey Through the Duat. I'll keep going. Okay, now here's the weighing of the heart with which you're probably all familiar. Judgment Day in Christian doctrine is a kind of a remedial version of this. And then it's hellfire and all of that, which the Egyptians don't have. And the principle here is pretty simple. This is Osiris who sits in judgment of the dead. And the character over here this is the deceased over here. And here his heart is being weighed on the balance. And his heart has to be, in this one there's the feather of Ma'at, who represents cosmic justice, or just justice in general. And the heart, which is the seat of conscience, has to weigh less than the feather. If it doesn't weigh less than the feather, we even talk about being heavy of heart. And here's Jehuti writing the verdict down on his pad. And if the heart is heavier than the feather, it gets devoured by this creature here, sort of composite, part hippo, part lion, part baboon, I think. I'm not sure exactly of this particular one. And it means that person, there's no hell, really, and the seven, those seven depths of hell, but rather it means that whoever that person was is extinct forever. I mean, when it's over, it really is over for that individual. And if not, if he succeeds, then he moves on to new life. And the Egyptologists are very hesitant to recognize that the Egyptians believed in reincarnation, because they don't talk of it specifically. But since they think that the entire universe is completely meaningless, you wonder why they should bother even to get angry about it. But they do. New life, as far as I'm concerned, means new life. And that is reincarnation, which is now starting to get taken seriously, even by mainstream press. Interesting. This is a big point, actually. It's one of the few real signs of hope that this stuff is starting to get into the mainstream without being sneered at. Anyway, that's the weighing of the heart.
John?
Yes?
I just want to make sure I understood. So when you were saying that if the heart's heavier,
Mm-hmm.
it's the end.
It's the end.
Is that the misinterpretation by our...
No,
No, that's the real.
That's the real one,
But
yeah.
how can that be reincarnation?
No, if it doesn't, if the heart's lighter than the feather,
So you only get one chance?
they don't say. Yeah, you only get one chance. For this lifetime, you only get one chance. If you pass the
Does that mean you
test.
don't come back if it's devoured?
It means that your life, the ba, which is the divine spark, is non-individualized. It goes back up to let's say, the spiritual gene pool, to be, at some point or another, used somewhere else by someone else. But if you pass the test of the balance, then you come back. And it's complicated because, according to Schwaller, that's the Egyptian doctrine has both the theory of successive reincarnation, similar to the Hindu, and the idea of what in Christianity would be salvation within a single lifetime, which is the way of Horus. So the one is the way of Osiris, the one is the way of Horus, and it's beyond me to be able to figure out what is meant where. According to Schwaller, they're intertwined with each other, but I can't make any more coherent sense out of it than I just did. But according to Schwaller, it's both. In other words, the doctrine incorporates or includes both. Okay? Next one. Well, these are all scenes from these magical books of the dead and so on. I don't know why I have these in here, because what I was intending to talk about. Go ahead. I'm getting a bit woozy. Okay, well, now I know what I'm talking about. This is the scarab beetle, which plays a central role in all of these texts. And interestingly enough, the scarab beetle is a dung beetle, and it represents, according to Schwaller, the transformational power of the rising sun. On the exoteric level, it just represents the rising sun. And the Egyptologists think this is sort of funny, because it's a dung beetle, but it's what's going on within the life cycle of the dung beetle that gives it its importance. And what happens is that the scarab beetle lays its eggs in a ball of dung, which represents, you might say, matter in its grossest form. Within the ball of dung, and then it pushes the ball of dung along the sand over the course of the day, and in the evening it digs a little hole, buries the ball of dung, and in the morning it digs up the ball of dung again, pushes it along the desert, and supposedly for 40 days a day, it's 40 days is a process. Whenever you see 40s, numbers are always important in ancient texts. They're never, I won't say never, but they're generally not used casually. So when you have 40 days in the wilderness and 40 years wandering the wilderness, rain, the deluge, 40 days and 40 nights. Christ fasts for 40 days, that's in the wilderness. Anyway, these 40s pop up over and over and over again, and it's a number associated with a complete process. Exactly why in this case, I don't know. Usually I can sort of see through the number symbolism. I'm not sure why 40 represents that. Anyway, I've never followed a scarab beetle for 40 days and 40 nights to see if it actually is 40 or 39 or 41. You have to change the whole doctrine if you figure out that it's 41 days. Anyway, what goes on inside the ball of dung is that the eggs hatch, and the little grubs feed on the ball of dung. Because what's happened, rolling around in the sun, the ball of dung ferments, and effectively what it's producing is a liquid which is, you might say, dung wine. There are better and worse years, vintages of dung wine, and the little grubs feed on the dung wine, which is transformational. It's alchemized dung. Matter becomes spirit, nourishment, as it were. This is very complex and very, very instructive. And then at a certain point, exactly like the fetus, the egg, the fetus quickens at it's 40, around 3 months, isn't it? Something like that. Well, it quickens, and then it goes to the next stage of metamorphosis, and then the scarab beetle lays a tiny little, the egg spins a tiny little cocoon, or the egg within. It's a tiny little cocoon, and it lies dormant for a certain amount of time, and then when it comes to its anointed time, it breaks out of the cocoon, and as a winged creature flies off to the sunlight, as spiritual. And it's really interesting in that when you see a picture of the little cocoon, you understand why the Egyptians and how, I mean, what the significance of the mummy wrappings are, because the mummy is effectively a cocoon out of which will, at the appointed time, in theory, at any rate, spring a new life, which is reincarnation, effectively. Next one.
Is the cocoon in the dung ball, or is it after it comes out?
I'm not sure. I think it is in the dung ball. I think. Next. Oh, and here, this is interesting, because this is a a New Kingdom rendition, and that's the bawbird, which is, apart from the Sphinx, the only Egyptian symbol that has a human head and, in this case, a bird's body, and he's clutching what's there called the Shen ring of eternity, means eternity, and when you extend that, you pull it down, you get the cartouche in which the pharaoh's name is enshrined, and what that means is that the pharaoh's name is eternal. He's divinized. Okay, next one. Okay, more scenes from the dead. This is the twin peaks. This is the twin peaks of the horizon here and here, and you see the coiled snake within here. If you count up all those coils, you'll find that it's something calendrical. It's X number of months or X number of weeks or whatever it's supposed to be. And when we talk, a lot of the figures of speech that we use without thinking about them much have their origins in Egypt. We talk about to this day the coils of time. Well, those are the coils of time. Next one. Okay, that's a complicated one. The next one. Okay, this is a very interesting one. This is Horus as a young man, as a boy still. You see, he's got a sort of ponytail here. That tells you that he's a young boy, and he's nude. Normally, he wouldn't. Only adolescents are shown nude. And you see that he's standing on two crocodiles. Sometimes this kind of a stela has more crocodiles than that. Now you see that in his hands he's got a clutch of animals here. What has he got? He's got a scorpion and what are these? What is that? And I tell you, usually there's a scorpion and there are cobras, and somewhere there should be a gazelle head. Oh wait, that's down. What is it? Down here, where's a gazelle's head? There should be a gazelle's head in this one. I know it's here. I'm seeing it. Another scorpion. Anyway, see the gazelle's head. Anyway, the interpretation here normally.
I think it's there on the left. It's holding it at the head, on the bottom.
Ah, yeah, right. There it is, the gazelle's head. Now, usually the explanation, and you pour water over this, and it comes down to the bottom. It's sort of like holy water of sorts. Usual explanation is that it's a spell to guard you against, to protect you against wild animals. So that doesn't sound particularly, it sounds superstitious, but it doesn't, not particularly malignant or anything like that, except when you look at it, suddenly you realize that you really don't need protection against the saber-toothed Saharan gazelle. So there must be some other reason why he's got these various things that he's holding in his hands. Well, esoterically, this is not difficult to decode. What you're grasping, what you have in your hands, you're controlling, you're master of. What you're master of here are the Setian forces. Set, he who imprisons spirit and matter, is the god of everything that's undomesticatable. It's that which is wild, which does not, as far as we know, want to return to the light. So in order to, the reconciliation with Set is maybe the most important thing we can actually physically do in our lifetime. Remember, Set represents that which does not want to return to the light. So, and at the same time, without Set, there is no matter, because there's no, in other words, he entraps spirit in matter, and for there to be anything at all, any return to the light, we have to start off as physical, and we have to transform ourselves within ourselves into something spiritual. At least that's the principle. Now the reward for getting to this, and you see he's an adolescent. Well, the reward for being able to control the Setian forces means that he is standing on two crocodiles. Sometimes there are more crocodiles, or 5 crocodiles. And what that means actually is that he is immortal. He's in control. He's reconciled. He controls and is reconciled to the Setian forces, and he has mastered death. Standing on means master of. Seated on means master of. In the Bible, in the New Testament, Christ comes into Jerusalem mounted on an ass. This is, a specific detail. Why do they say that? He could be mounted on a camel or something like that. But the ass is one of those symbols of the carnal body. So it means that Jesus is in control of his material self. Anyway, there's a very interesting particular kind of stela. Next.
But I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
What is the deity above his head, and where is this found? I've never seen this one before.
Oh, the deity above, that's Bes.
Yeah.
Up there, that you're talking about, who was associated with music and actually with birth usually. Well, good question. That's born again, is what that's representing, with Bes on top of him there.
What did you?
Bes, B-E-S.
Oh, it's Bes.
Bes, yeah.
Uh-huh.
See the face?
Yeah, now I do.
That's Bes.
And where is this found?
Well, you find a number of these. There are a few in the Cairo Museum squirreled away. You have to know where to look for them. And they're found in various places. I mean, I'll bet the Met has a couple of them. They're pretty common. New Kingdom or so, not earlier. The Metternich Stela is one of the most famous ones. Okay, next. Okay, now here's a really important one. when we're talking about aliens and star beings and that sort of thing. Okay, here you see there's a coiled serpent, cobra, representing, actually, the cobra, snake is a very complex symbol, but generally speaking, rearing cobra represents divine intellect. That's why I called my book Serpent in the Sky. There's an Egyptian text that goes, the worm is of the earth, but the serpent is of the sky. Represents divine intellect in one context or another. And you see that it's spitting something, fire, whatever, into the third eye of this mummiform figure here. This is in the second shrine of Tutankhamun, and it's the only such representation that I know of. It's very unique, the Tutankhamun burial. But over here, you see a whole bunch more figures, and you see that they are connected to a star by rays of consciousness or energy or something. But see, that's the connection that makes me think that when in so many societies where they talk about that we're descended from stars, or there's this connection between stellar and human consciousness, that it's not intended as physical. It's intended, and I mean, here it is explicit, that whoever this is, whatever this represents, presumably Tutankhamun, is being illuminated by star energy. It doesn't have to be a spaceship, but it does mean that there is this connection between stellar consciousness and human consciousness, which is, as far as I'm concerned, really important. Next one. Okay, now we're back to our dogs again, and you see the greyhound here pulling down the animals of the desert. This is another instance, very pungent one, of the transformational nature of all of these scenes of daily life. The greyhound is called, in ancient Egyptian, is called Thesemu Heru, which means the greyhounds of Horus. So what he represents actually is instinct under control. Instinct under control is pulling down the cohorts, you might say, of Set, because everything that is undomesticatable doesn't mean that they're evil or anything like that, but it does mean that they are, well, in this case, they're food, and very necessary food, but they're transformational food, you might say. Anyway, I have a thing about these dogs, and next one, it's just a very nice drawing of them, and next one, there they are. They stayed pure on the island of Ibiza. And this is 2 dogs ago, this one. You can tell because I still have black hair. And they're wonderful dogs. I was one of the first ones to take them off the island, and I've had them ever since. And they're a recognized breed. They're very, very rare, and they are cool dogs, and very friendly unless you happen to be a rabbit, in which case they're not so friendly. Next. Now, here is our friend Set again, and you see he's got the strange, he looks sort of like an anteater, but not really. And you see he is a great god. He is offering life to the beak of Horus over here, and they're enemies, but ultimately, in a very complex myth, they're reconciled. And what that animal is meant to represent has been a puzzle to the Egyptologists for a long, long time. And not too long ago, 2 people almost simultaneously, one a friend of mine who is quite deeply schooled in Egypt, and the other, one of the actual Egyptologists, because people have argued, anteater, or what, with this square lopped off head, and they came up with the same explanation, that really what he represents is animal, the untamed, nothing specific, but just the generalized figure representing he who refuses to return to the light. And then there are many forms of Set. This in Christianity, there are Satan takes many forms. He's a donkey, he's a pig sometimes, he's a hippopotamus, male hippopotamus, all kinds of a serpent sometimes, he's a monkey sometimes. So all of these are manifestations of Set, but this strange Set animal here is so pure Set, you might say, pure opposition. And in the myth, which I absolutely didn't have time to tell in detail, the conquest of Set, not the killing of Set, big mistake. Set can't be killed, but the conquest of Set and the reconciliation with Set is maybe the most important thing we can do in our lives, and especially if we do it consciously. Shakespeare says, "Sweet are the uses of adversity." Set is adversity. I turn the computer on in the morning. The blank screen is defying me to put words on there. But this is not fooling around. And there's a wonderful, I'm not sure if we have it on this. There's a sculpture in the round in the Cairo Museum that shows the king. It shows the Horus and Set. I always say that they're with their hands like this on the pharaoh's head, and they always say that he's protecting the king. No, they're not protecting the king. What they're doing is that they're reconciling. They're not reconciling. They are empowering the king, and what the king is doing is that he is reconciling. He is the figure, the initiated human being, who is divine, you might say, who is able to reconcile these otherwise irreconcilable polarities. And this is, if you only had that lesson, that was the only thing you knew about esoteric doctrine, only that, you would be leading a life different from most everybody, actually, to let's say, to honor the sacred opposition. This is not so easy to do, mind you, but it's an easy lesson. At least it's an easy lesson, easier than a lot of the other lessons. It's an easy lesson to articulate, to believe, and actually very difficult to do. Somebody once said, golf is a very simple game that's very difficult to play. Good line. So the reconciliation of Set is easy to talk about, fantastically hard to do, but at least you know what you're doing if you start off from that standpoint. Next. Okay, here's a good one here's Set and Horus, and this is the Nile being represented here, and you see the Nile itself is shown in the form of a trachea, and these are the lungs over here, and they're unifying Horus with that's funny, this is opposite. This is the lotus of the south, which is the spiritualization, and Horus has the papyrus of the north, which is the material world. It's a very complicated picture, actually, but a very nice one. Go ahead, next. Okay, now we're back to sort of to our beginning. And what I want to do now is just run through how are we doing for time here? Pretty good. I want to run through sort of all of Egypt as a kind of compressed travelogue, watching what happens to a civilization based upon spirit, descending probably in service to to a giant cycle, to the Yuga cycle. I mean, why should a high civilization degenerate? Lesson of Plato with the laws of harmony and so on. But are those laws inescapable? Probably they are, in the same sense that the Yuga cycle is, to a certain extent, analogous to the cycle of the seasons. So in June, it's rather easy to grow roses. In December or January, it's possible, but you need a lot of special equipment and a special kind of care, and it's very difficult, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it may be when it's a golden age, I forget the name of it in Hindu, Satya Yuga? Who knows, they're Indian. The golden age, the top one, is it Satya Yoga? Satya Yuga? Anyway, I forget. But,
We're leaving the Kali Yuga.
yeah, it's hard to imagine that we're not in the Kali Yuga. But when it's the golden age, and anyway, that's a very complicated question, the yugas in general. But so that Egypt, why do things have to degenerate? Well, in at least in the northern hemisphere, you can't stop winter. Right now, it doesn't look like it's going to stop. But seriously, you can't the cycle, we have to adjust ourselves to the conditions of the cycle rather than think that we're going to change the cycle around. Anyway, it's something of that nature, because Egypt starts off at a fantastically high point. Well, and the Sphinx is, of course, many, many thousands of years older, but it's getting progressively less civilized as it goes on. So we'll just do a kind of a run-through of this. And actually, I meant to do this a little bit earlier. I brought along writing esoteric poetry is maybe the most difficult literary task there is. And I have a friend of mine who's a Canadian poet who's done what I think is some of the best poetry I've ever read. And it's a bit T.S. Eliot-ish, but it's different. And I'd just like to read you at least one or a couple of these, and maybe by your reaction I'll know if you want to do more. The book is called, you get it directly from her, Linda Pierce is her name. It's called The Demographics of Paradise, Egypt in Poetry. So here's the demographics of paradise. Moving backward to the pyramids, I wonder about the nature of their genesis. Was it construction or creation or birth? Humans build while spirit creates, but only life gives birth. Incarnation reels at the thought. Yet the pyramids have certain organic traits. We do not know they did not grow from sand, which grew to stones and then to slabs. We do not know, in fact, that the pyramids weren't born from some enormous granite womb. We do not know that they have not watched and listened all these years, that we do not know they are not breathing now. I keep trying to retroplay the forensics, picking at the bones of the evidence, disaggregating the stones and throwing off questions like spray from a fountain. Then I try to tackle my ignorance mathematically while superimposing some geometric grid. But the algebraic mystery just keeps dividing itself by pi and multiplying its possibilities by infinity. I walk around the problem like the circumambulation of the priesthood, struggling against the counter-rotation of our cultures and coming to a complete halt up against the third-party intersection of the gods. I examine the monuments to our own time and deduce from them what must be our philosophy. Get by, get ahead, get stuff, get more. I examine the monuments of that ancient race and deduce from them what must have been their philosophy. Live in such a way that after you die, you will reunite with the divine. Enabled by the past and ennobled by history, the pyramids are a pedagogical tool for humankind, a sort of distance education for the earth, employing their interdisciplinary curriculum for the critical masses. Through some miracle of tardiness, we are only beginning to mine the message now, and in a marvelous juxtaposition of time frames, the centuries have curved around the space to meet before our startled eyes right here and now. Since it's an axiom in the marketplace that someone will always undertake the wholesale exploitation of every mystery, if there were snow, there would be a chairlift up the north side and people renting skis in a quaint little pyramid-shaped chalet. Others would be kayaking out across the delta to climb the iceberg. Yet, however long the ice age and however hard I try, I can't scrape quite enough frost off the glass to make out the mystery beneath. And however many metaphors I come up with, the pyramids are always one allegory further down the line, spilling their sweet secrets into someone else's ears. Who that someone is, we cannot know. Yet I have long desired to follow the builders into whatever heaven they escape to ask them why they built and who they are. I feel I know, not how, that the pyramid's asynchronous communication with our century has something to do with explaining the demographics of paradise. That's pretty cool, huh? The whole book of this. Anybody wants, I'll give you Linda's name. You have to order them direct from. I'll read one or two more. I was waiting to see what the reaction was, because you never know when you're reading poetry if somebody's going to resonate to it or not. And I see that people did, so I will do a couple more because they're really terrific. Anyway, so here's our Sphinx. Let's go. Next. Now, this is Saqqara, where all those tombs of the nobles are. And this is was until recently regarded as the first major construction major stone construction in all of history. But it now has to take second place to Göbekli Tepe because that is certainly a major stone construction. This is pre-pyramid, or at least pre-last stage of pyramid, around 2700 BC. Next. And there's the architect's reconstruction of what Saqqara looked like when it was new. There's enough of it there so they can do this with great certainty. And it certainly doesn't look like a first try at something, does it? Looks as though they sort of knew what they were doing. I mean, I think if Frank Lloyd Wright designed something like this, he'd come home and say to his wife, well, it was a good day. Okay, next. Now, big mystery. These are the so-called the inlaid eyes. This is a statue actually in the Louvre, but this is the scribe, and I mean, obviously spectacular sculpture, but you look at the eyes. Now these are made of different kinds of crystal, which is very difficult to work, and they look back at you. I mean, it's only in the last, 50 years or so that we've been able to produce glass eyes that are as realistic as this. But in order to do that, according to Schwaller, not only do you have to be able to work the crystal, but you have to know the refractive and the reflective indexes of optics. In other words, you have to. It's not just anatomy. You have to understand what underlies the anatomy in order to produce eyes that look back at you directly. This is Old Kingdom, 20-something hundred BC, and 1,000 years later, they've forgotten how to do this. It's another instance of things being at their height, very close to their beginning. Next. And there's the other modern-looking building. That's the Temple of Hatshepsut at Der el-Bahari, again, looking like something modern and something quite spectacular. It's a temple to Amun, but Hathor plays a major role in it. Hatshepsut is a big mystery in Egypt. Oh, a book. Just as good metaphysical poetry is next to impossible to find, good metaphysical fiction is equally difficult to find. There are a million books supposedly set in ancient Egypt, and most of them are really awful. But there's one terrific one done by a woman I know, or anyway, I know her mother, called Truth is the Soul of the Sun, great title, which is actually Hatshepsut's throne name, Mat-Ka-Ra. And her name is Maria Isabel Pita. And this is quite a spectacular book. Somebody could take this, I hope one day me, and turn it into a screenplay, because she really captures the essence of esoteric Egypt and the character. I mean, we don't know much about the actual character of the real Hatshepsut, but she makes her very, very believable. Good book. Next. Okay, well, we've already talked about Hathor as as uterus, and here she has the face of Hatshepsut, actually, and looks remarkably like my daughter, actually. Yeah, it does, right? Yeah, she does. She'd make a good Hatshepsut. Anyway, so okay, here we are again. Now, this is Ramses the Great at Abu Simbel. And you look at this, this is pretty spectacular. This has been moved, actually, from below to stop it from being inundated by the Nile. From it, you see that this is obviously pretty imposing, but you don't really get a sense of the scale from the photograph until you see it that way. And it's quite something, Abu Simbel. Next. So this is our trip. Well, I don't know why this is here. Let me put that camel there. Okay. Now we go fast forward 1,000 years, and we're in Ptolemaic Egypt. The Ptolemies took over when Alexander the Great died, having taken Egypt over, and was recognized. The Egyptians were quite happy to have him, because before that they were conquered by the Persians, who were very cruel masters, and they had a kind of a rapport with the ancient Greeks, so they welcomed Alexander. But you see how the artwork, this is when Napoleon's steel engravings And you see that the sand is drifted in up to the capitals of the columns themselves. And you'll see in a second, next one, how clumsy the artwork has become. They're no longer able in Ptolemaic times to have a core of virtuoso, an enormous core of virtuoso sculptors and painters. And the architecture is still, the geometry is all there still, but the workmanship isn't. And you see the way the figures have changed. In the Old Kingdom, the women look like fashion models, and the men look like long-distance runners. And you get to the Middle Kingdom, rather the New Kingdom, the women look like fashion, like supermodels, and the men like jocks. And when you get to Ptolemaic times, the women look like hookers, and the men look like they've just come back from the orgy, which is probably the case. Next slide. Oh, this is what's happened. Remember before we saw the barbird? And this is in Roman times, this cartoonish looking character. So it's all coming apart here. Next, that's with that one again. And here, he had definitely just come back from the orgy. This is Roman times. The Sphinx has become Tony the Tiger. This is the last gasp of Egypt. The tombs of Komelchugafa makes it look like a sort of an underground Disneyland. This is the last. This is the final degradation of the gods of Egypt. The backdrop on the back thing on the back of a camel. And now what happens is Christianity comes over, and they don't destroy everything, actually. They take over, and this is the hypostyle hall of the Temple of Philae, which is an Isis temple, and they carve their cross, the Byzantine cross in this case, into the columns, and it's sort of business as usual. Egypt is the first country that's Christianized, because what's really happened is that it's sort of, in a sense, it's remedial Egypt. It's Egypt without the science. They've lost most of the science, but they've retained the devotional aspect of it, and everything makes sense because you just change the names of the gods, and they're very comfortable already with the doctrine. Next one. This is interesting. This is a Coptic, and these are Ankhs. And when I saw this in the museum in Cairo, in Cairo, I looked at it and I said, "Wow, angels!" You wonder where they weren't invented just to be put on a box of chocolates in Victorian times. They're actually Ankhs, and life force, and suddenly somebody or another makes them angels. But I thought that was pretty interesting. Next. Okay, I don't know why I have it. Oh yeah, let's see. So this is, remember I was talking about the self-effacing Egyptians? Okay, so this is one side of the pylon here, and you see that everything is left completely untouched, right? Nobody's messed around with it. Go to the next one. Okay, now you see that somebody has gone along with a chisel and gone chip, carefully obliterating retaining the outline, but obliterating the figure. And it's always assumed, and if you suggest otherwise, you get a big argument. But one of these days, I'll get my act together and do a talk on this, and because this is a wonderful instance of the Egyptological mind at work. Okay. Now, you have to know this a bit about Egyptology. Up until recently, maybe still now, an Egyptologist, whatever, French, American, British, whatever, whichever, because they've got different missions, as it were, in Egypt, and often a young Egyptologist would set himself a task of, not really, maybe not deliberately, of studying, say, Abydos or Dendera, or in this case, the Philae, and would spend years in that particular temple, sometimes decades, 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the temple, and sort of become the specialist of that temple. Well, Philae was taken for a number of years. There was a French Egyptologist named Serge Sonneron, who worked for many, many years in Philae, and here he is discussing this effacement. And here he is, my translation. And then these hippies of the new faith, ces hippies de la foi nouvelle, streaming out of their distant hermitages, would consummate their colossal and fanatical work and destroy the damned reliefs. Only then, with the fall of Philae, did they attempt to relentlessly eliminate every sign of this beauty, in their eyes perverse, that adorned the great temple of Isis. And few were the reliefs that would escape, by what miracle, this iconoclastic fury. Chip, 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 chip. And the other side left completely alone. How can anybody work in a temple for 10 years or 20 years and not see that this is deliberate? And that the only people who could have done it, unless the Effacers Union suddenly downed tools and said, we're not going to efface another damn god unless we get a raise. It can't be. It can only be the priests themselves who are decommissioning these temples for reasons that are certainly interesting and may be relevant to what we're doing today. Okay, next.
John,
Yes.
what time did the defacement happen as far as people know?
Nobody really knows. I mean, it's assumed that the Christians did it, but if it's not that, it almost certainly, it almost has to be something very late when the priesthood itself knows that they're not going to resurface, that the Romans aren't going to leave. My guess would be 2nd to 3rd century AD, but that would be another nice study if somebody tried to figure out when these things were done. I don't even know how they would manage to do that, but it certainly would be. And actually, I'm making a list. On the last trip, actually, the last couple of trips, people were saying, because as we're going through Egypt, I'm always saying, boy, this would be a good study here, or this would be, if somebody should look into blah, blah, blah. And so somebody said you should make a list of all of these things for, if it's not a contradiction in terms, a new set of enlightened Egyptologists to look into some of these things that are asking questions, the answers to which really have some significance, could even have not just academic significance, it could be something that would be important to us, maybe. Next,
Why
yeah?
those figures in particular, why were they effaced versus the others?
That's the big question,
Yeah.
yes, why? It has something to do, ballparking it, what's left uneffaced has something to do with the age coming up, and what has been effaced has something to do with the time whose time has come. Something like that, but that's just ballparking it. Somebody's devoting a bunch of time to it might be able to find a consistent pattern somewhere, because it's over the temples, especially the late Ptolemaic temples, but in Abydos and in other temples you see that as well. It's an interesting study. Next. And that's our Sphinx. Is there anything following? Is this it? No. Oh, okay. Now here this is just back to our, and here you see it drawn. So clear with the figure with the star raying down consciousness or energy of some sort into the mummiform figure. So next, what's next? Okay, now I will read this off. I have it in the guidebook, but this is, everyone can follow along, because this is a prophecy. We're talking about ancient Egypt. Does it have a relevance to today? I think it has a huge relevance today, because to put it bluntly, that unless there is, well, I'll get to this in a second because there's another bit to follow. Okay, this is from the Hermetica, which is a series of unrelated texts written in Greek, probably compiled or put together in no particular order as far as I know, around the 1st or 2nd centuries AD, discovered in the Renaissance, I don't know by whom. Since they were in Greek, I mean, by that time the hieroglyphs had become impenetrable, but of course the scholars could read Greek as if it were, the daily newspaper. So the Renaissance, the writers of the Renaissance, this was available, and The translation, there are a couple of translations of it, and this one is absolutely spectacular. It's by Walter Scott, who I think is the Walter Scott who wrote Ivanhoe, which means that he should never have written novels, but should have stayed with translations, because this is really pretty good. If I got done with a page of prose like this at the end of the day, I'd feel pretty good. I'll read it off. You can read it for yourself, but I'll read it off. Do you not know, Asclepius, that Egypt is an image of heaven? Or to speak more exactly, in Egypt all the operations of the powers which rule and work in heaven have been transferred to earth below. Nay, it should rather be said that the whole cosmos dwells in this our land as in its sanctuary. And yet, since it is fitting that wise men should have knowledge of all events before they come to pass, you must not be left in ignorance of this. There will come a time when it will be seen that in vain have the Egyptians honored the deity with heartfelt piety and assiduous service, and all our holy worship will be found bootless and ineffectual. For the gods will return from earth to heaven. Egypt will be forsaken, and the land, which was once the home of religion, will be left desolate, bereft of the presence of its deities. O Egypt, Egypt, of thy religion, nothing will remain but an empty tale, with which thine own children in time to come will not believe. Nothing will be left but graven words, and only the stones will tell of thy piety. Next. And in that day men will be weary of life, and they will cease to think the universe worthy of reverent wonder and of worship. And so religion, the greatest of all blessings, for there is nothing, nor has been, nor ever shall be, that can be deemed a greater boon, will be threatened with destruction. Men will think it a burden and will come to scorn it. They will no longer love this world around us, this incomparable work of God, this glorious structure which he has built, this sum of good made up of things of many diverse forms, this instrument whereby the will of God operates in that which he has made, ungrudgingly favoring man's welfare, this combination and accumulation of all the manifold things that can call forth the veneration, praise, and love of the beholder. Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. No one will raise his eyes to heaven. The pious will be deemed insane, and the impious wise. The madman will be thought a brave man, and the wicked will be esteemed as good. As to the soul and the belief that it is immortal by nature, or may hope to attain to immortality, as I have taught you, all this they will mock at, and will even persuade themselves that it is false. No word of reverence or piety, no utterance worthy of heaven and of the gods of heaven will be heard or believed. And so the gods will depart from mankind, a grievous thing, and only evil angels will remain, who will mingle with men and drive the poor wretches by main force into all manner of reckless crime, into wars and robberies and frauds and all things hostile to the nature of the soul. Then will the earth no longer stand unshaken, and the sea will bear no ships. Heaven will not support the stars in their orbits, nor will the stars pursue their constant course in heaven. All voices of the gods will of necessity be silenced and dumb. The fruits of the earth will rot, the soil will turn barren, and the very air will sicken in sullen stagnation. After this manner will old age come upon the world. Religion will be no more. All things would be disordered and awry. All good will disappear. But when all this has befallen Asclepius, then the master and father, God, the first before all, the maker of that God who first came into being, will look on that which has come to pass and will stay the disorder by the counterworking of his will, which is the good. He will call back to the right path those who have gone astray. He will cleanse the world from evil, now washing it away with water floods, now burning it out with fiercest fire, or again expelling it by war and pestilence. And thus he will bring back his world to its former aspect, so that the cosmos will once more be deemed worthy of worship and wondering reverence. And God, the maker and restorer of the mighty fabric, will be adored by that men of that day with unceasing hymns of praise and blessing. Such is the birth of a new cosmos, of the cosmos. It is a making, again, of all things good, a holy and awe-striking restoration of all nature, and it is wrought in the process of time by the eternal will of God. Pretty good, huh? Doesn't sound like something written 2,000 years ago, does it? Sounds like somebody poetizing from the front page of any newspaper. Following that prediction, that prophecy of Asclepius, the question then is, according to the end of it there, God will restore the mighty fabric by the counterworking of his will. My own sense of it is that that's not good enough. Somebody has to do something other than wait for the gods to counterwork their will. And that's up to us, so individually and collectively. So now we're faced with a problem. Lots of good sayings here, actually. There's one, damn it, I was going to put it up there. One that I just read recently of Thoreau, Henry Thoreau, who's one of my favorite early American writers, where he says, for the many who are chopping at the branches of the tree of evil, there is only one chopping at the root. That's a good saying, actually, because there are a lot of people aware of environmental degradation, or the oceans, whatever, or the income inequality, or all of this stuff that's going on. I mean, the internet is full of people chopping working with machetes at the branches of the whole thing, but very, very few are, in my opinion, even aware that there is a root to it. And I've been actually going on, this comes out of Schwaller, and it comes from Gurdjieff, and it comes from my own conviction. As I said, when I was 13 years old, I knew I was living in a lunatic asylum. So getting at the root of it is not so easy. I've been talking about the Church of Progress here, and that's the root, as a matter of fact. The Church of Progress is not to be sneered at. I mean, it's not a derelict religion, it's a false religion. It's not a religion as the others are that have become depraved and dysfunctional. It's a catastrophe to begin with, and yet it's another quote, favorite quote of mine is Victor Hugo's, which everybody I'm sure has heard. There's one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. Sounds good. What Victor Hugo didn't say, and probably didn't think of, is that the second strongest thing in the world is an idea whose time has not yet gone. And if we look around, we see that all the armies in the world at the moment are solidly lined up behind the idea whose time has not yet gone, which is, in fact, the Church of Progress. And wherever you look, of financial, economic, military, scientific, educational, media, all the armies, these are all armies, and all of them are busy promoting this goofy idea of progress. Even the better economists like Krugman and Stiglitz and a couple of the others, I forget their names at the moment, are endlessly talking about sort of getting the income, more or less, income inequality, working on that, and talking about sustainable growth. Doesn't seem to occur to any of these jerks that growth is quite unnecessary. We have plenty as it is. It doesn't seem to have occurred to anyone that nobody needs more than enough. Not anybody. Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, even they don't need more than enough. These are psychopathic people, endlessly making more money when they couldn't even throw away the money that they've gotten. And they are held out as role models, by and large. So even the less bad economists are caught up in this terrible cycle. And when you look at it, and this is where I come in, I think, with my own, it's not that I'm saying anything particularly new, I'm just putting it into a different context than is normal. And The Church of Progress actually has its Jesuits, who are science, education, and the press. Science formulates the dogma, education inculcates it in everyone, and few are those who are smart enough to realize they're being conned, and the media basically sugarcoats it, so that makes it sound as though this is something that's good for all of us. The Jesuits have their own. After all, it's a martial society. It's the what are they? The soldiers of God. So the soldiers of the Church of Progress are, and this is where it gets interesting. Here's our 5 cowboys. Everyone is, I'm sure, familiar with. Tell me if you're not, but everyone's familiar with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Correct? Is there anyone who doesn't know about the 4 horsemen from the Book of Revelation, which read on its exoteric level reads like St. John on acid. I mean, I can't imagine anybody making sense of the Book of Revelation, but I think some people have attacked it in a way that does sort of make sense, and it comes up with all of this, catastrophe theory and the things we were talking about with the CMEs and so on. And maybe that there's something in that strange book that that relates to that makes sense. It never did to me, but the language is wonderful, and but the 4 horsemen themselves, people take it as a matter of course. I mean, they don't really question anyone. Anyway, I've not read anyone questioning them. The 4 horsemen are death, war, famine, pestilence, and death. And this is a peculiar choice, actually. Death comes to us all. War, famine, and pestilence are by and large beyond human control. War is the only one of those horsemen over which we have, at least in theory, some measure of control. But really, in terms of apocalypse, it's not most of it's not our fault. But I've realized that what we're confronted with is not really the 4 horsemen anymore. It's what I call the 5 cowboys of Apocalypse 2.0. And what's complicated about the cowboys is that though they're riding roughshod over the entire planet, sowing destruction wherever they go, they are painting themselves and accepted as the good guys. The 5 cowboys are, every one of them, played by John Wayne, who must be one of the worst actors ever to have hit Hollywood. And they're all riding white stallions, and they're all wearing white Stetsons. But they are the 5 cowboys riding roughshod over the land and dispensing destruction wherever they go. And the 5 cowboys are, in order, not necessarily in order of importance, capitalism, patriotism, democracy, technology, and entertainment. Briefly.
So would you say that again, just as far?
Yes. Capitalism, patriotism, democracy, technology, and entertainment. Briefly, capitalism is based upon the philosophy, everything for us, nothing for everything for me, nothing for you. This is the basis of capitalism, and we see it coming to fruition in front of our eyes as the very rich were bad enough to begin with, but they've now practically monopolized the entire financial, economic life of the planet and are busy subjugating everybody that they're capable of subjugating to their will. And capitalism is a catastrophe in principle, and a worse catastrophe, as is now becoming apparent, in practice. Second one, patriotism. Patriotism is in one sense sort of obvious on a level that even a Bill O'Reilly should be able to understand, or a Rush Limbaugh, or one of the other jackasses. It should be obvious that under any circumstances, it is confrontational, divisive, and destructive, and it cannot be any other way. Patriotism is, the bumper sticker says it very well, God bless America. The other side of the bumper sticker, the one that you can't see, says fuck everyone else. That's patriotism. It probably has, if you try to analyze it, it probably has its roots somewhere back when people were, when things were tribal, and it was a blood, a genetic blood thing of the clan. The American Indians had this, I don't know how many of you read that wonderful book called Black Elk, which was the Black Elk Speaks. In the 30s, it was an extraordinary Indian who had lived through Custer's last stand and was, part of the last stand of the American Indians. And he talks about how the tribe was more important than the individual, and they really meant it. They felt it. And I think that patriotism is a kind of a degenerate offshoot or a degraded mass delusion that still goes under that belief. And it's quite clear that at that profound level, as I said, on the obvious level, it should be good enough. On the obvious level, it's divisive, destructive, confrontational, and destructive. On a subtler level, what it is, and particularly in its extreme forms, what it is it's a surrogate for the soul for people who have never developed their souls. And the soul is something, without getting into a long theological discussion here, is something that has to be developed. That's very brilliantly in the Asclepius that I talked about, that we read from. It's that believe that the soul is immortal or may strive to become so. That's the secret. No striving, no soul. It's like a talent for baseball. You may have a talent for baseball. If you don't play the game, you're not going to play baseball. A talent for music. You don't play your violin, you're not going to get any music out of it. All you're going to have is a violin. And so with the soul, it has to be developed. And patriotism is is the word I'm looking for, is a surrogate soul for people who have never developed any of it themselves. Now, democracy, this is what everybody thinks is so great. I don't know about you. I don't want to eat in a restaurant where the dishwashers elect the chef and tell them what to do. And I don't want to put money in a baseball team where the hot dog vendors elect the players and the coach and give directions to them what to do. Of course, we don't have that anyhow and never have had in this country. And maybe it works, democracy, on a small enough level, on a tribal level, actually. The Indians did very well with that. Was it the Iroquois or the Algonquins? The women told the chief what to do. The wise elder women told the chiefs what they were supposed to do. What?
I think it was the Iroquois.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is the Iroquois. Right. And democracy, America wasn't set up as a democracy. It was set up as a republic in which only rich white guys could vote, who owned property. This was less stupid than it looked right now, put that way, because they were the only ones, the landowners, basically, who had an education, and they would be the only ones in those pre-literate times who might have a grasp of what was needed under certain kinds of political exigencies, but also they were for themselves, and let's face it. But if it were otherwise, would democracy have worked any better? Maybe not. Look what goes on in the South, and look who gets elected. This is another aspect of democracy. It's also psychopathic because anybody, man or woman, willing to subject himself or herself to the degradation and the character assassination and the ass licking and the groveling and the special interest in order to get elected and in order to wield power, doesn't deserve to have any. And you look, it's the madhouse. Who's in charge? The craziest people of all are in charge. Is it reparable? I think not. I think the Egyptians had the right idea, and so did Plato with his philosopher king. If you were going to have a democracy, somebody suggested this recently and got booed off the stage. I forget who it was, but it was basically the right idea. You should have to pass a test to vote. Not that everybody has a right to vote. Imbeciles don't have the right, shouldn't have the right to vote, and psychopaths shouldn't have the right to vote. Wouldn't be that difficult. Why should it be any more universal than, let's say, being a doctor or being a lawyer or being anything? You have to pass a test, and it wouldn't be so difficult. Not a stupid test like getting your citizenship and knowing that George Washington was the first president, but something that really tested people. What do they know about slavery? What about they know about American history? What do they know about European history? What do they know about the history of religion? Something like that. It's something that's as difficult as getting a college degree, but that actually is based upon realities. Somebody pass a test, then you deserve to vote. Otherwise, not. Very difficult to put into play, but obviously it doesn't work when any idiot can vote, and most of the idiots do. So that's basically that's democracy. Actually, that's a big cowboy, and the horrible thing is that there are some people who recognize that capitalism is not all that it's cracked up to be. Practically nobody will come out and say that patriotism is a pathological condition. And the only way to deal with these things, as far as I'm concerned, when people who claim to be patriots have the same social status as a child molester, maybe something will happen at that point. Technology, okay, next one. That's a mixed bag. I would rather, even I, Luddite that I am, would rather go to a 21st century dentist than a 21st dynasty dentist. There's a lot that's good about technology, but what it does, its primary evil aspect is commanding. What it does is that it deprives the great mass of humanity from actually making a living out of their own creative faculties. Practically everyone. The only ones who are able to make a living out of their creative faculties are those who are actually designing the technology. And since most of the technology, the vast amount of the vast preponderance of technology is utterly destructive and or frivolous, even those who come, I mean, what happens? You've devised a really good bobblehead doll and you come home and say to your wife, "Whoa, you should have seen this bobblehead doll that I put out today." This is not the Cathedral of Chartres, the Temple of Luxor, or anything of the sort, nor is it, as we saw with this transformational life of daily life scenes, until quite recently, however horrible the external conditions with the repressive church, and this is worldwide, all the churches are repressive, some more so than others, and a brutal aristocracy. Again, the aristocracies, the Turkish aristocracy spoke one thing and the English aristocracy another, but it was aristocracy, and they lorded it over everyone else. Aristocracy, by the way, means rule by the best, but real aristocracy, or aristocracy in action, is ruled by the most powerful. This is a very difficult thing altogether, or the most powerful and or the richest. So technology is in principle destructive. I mean, in practice, it's even more than destructive. Thank God for the internet. As long as we have that, we at least have the ability to communicate, but that still doesn't help us individually or collectively of exercising our creative faculties, and a hobby isn't good enough. It's got to be more than a hobby to make a living. To me, happiness, I have my own definition for happiness. Happiness is when you wake up in the morning and what you have to do is what you would choose to do. How many people can do that? You watch television, what percentage of the ads, particularly on the financial and on the news, what percentage of the ads are devoted to retirement? And they have 30-year-old people in the ads, 40-year-old people. If you're thinking about retiring at 30 or 40, boy, you're wasting your life, buddy. I mean, you're doing something that you would rather not be doing if you're thinking about retiring at that age. Yeah, professional baseball player. You might think about retiring when you're 35, but otherwise, you're doing something seriously wrong, but it isn't your fault. In other words, the cowboy, technology is the cowboy, and the cowboy is seeing to it, with everybody's consent, that everybody except those who design the machines are enslaved by a society that will not allow them to exercise their creativity. So we have all of these horrible problems, many of them traceable to technology. It's interesting because some of you probably watch the TED Talks. The TED stands for Technology, Education, and Design. I have no idea what they're talking about when it's design. But technology and education are two of the cowboys, and they have these idiots like Kurzweil up there talking about how wonderful it'll be when machines can think for us. I mean, it's bad enough as it is. Anyway, with entertainment, entertainment is, with technology, is one of the cowboys. And entertainment, John's definition of entertainment is something you do to kill time before it kills you. Entertainment is a complete waste of time, especially, but there's a big gray area down the middle. The Cathedral of Chartres and the Temple of Luxor and the Sultan Hassan Mosque or in Cairo are not entertainment. They're art. Art is different. And art and entertainment are, for the most part, antithetical. The broad stripe down the middle is comedy. Comedy is more interesting philosophically. Most drama, or what we call drama, the stuff that wins the Oscars every year, is basically the sometimes very artful, sometimes very skillful juxtaposition of sleeping people who know neither themselves or each other and who are doomed to whatever doom they have coming to them. And some of them are very good. And Tennessee Williams is very brilliant. But it's all about crazy people who are enacting their craziness, and all that can happen is a crazy ending. Comedy's a bit different, or at least in theory, because comedy, and this is funny, almost nobody seems to understand, including the comics, what makes anything funny. And it's quite simple. I mean, I've done a lot of research in this. And I mean, Aristotle didn't have it right, and Freud didn't have it quite right, and even Ouspensky, sort of right. He says it's a release of tension, but tension between what and what. Comedy, actually, what's good about comedy is I had for a couple of things, I did a stand-up act myself, but nobody wanted to pay me any money for it, so I had to give it up. But it was fun. And what good comedy is based upon is it's metaphysical because it presupposes a sense of right and wrong, which doesn't mean that it isn't conditioned by anything, but you can't actually make fun of anything that's right. You can make fun of attitudes, or you can't make fun of good sex, and you can't make fun of good food. You can make fun of attitudes toward good sex and good food, but you cannot laugh at, and people who don't have a sense of humor are dangerous because they have they don't know the difference between right and wrong. And so comedy was a broad stripe. Mostly it's jokes about mothers-in-law, and it's mostly pretty corny stuff. But at the higher levels, it can cut pretty deep, comedy. And that's the sort of, with entertainment, that's a kind of it's a broad line down the center. But very interesting, at least from my point of view, to be regarded that way. And in any event, with the TED Talks, I don't know what they mean by design. But anyway, those are as I see it, those are the 5 cowboys. And to try and resolve the situation, or to try and turn the situation around, it is absolutely essential that those cowboys get recognized for what they are, as absolutely destructive forces, particularly capitalism, patriotism, and democracy. They're really demonic. Technology, a selective technology, could be a pretty cool thing and could be of some worth. And entertainment is as I said, it's something to do to kill time before it kills you, but there are other things you can do with your life individually and collectively. And my sense of it is that unless, one of the reasons I put all of my own time into Egypt is that it is only a return, riffing on the Asclepius there, it is only a return to the principles and that guided ancient Egypt and the other religions of the past. It's only such a return, and not just thinking about it, but actually trying to do it. It's only a discipline, a spiritually based discipline, that can possibly reverse the situation. And it's, as I said, it is, the odds against it are enormous, but it's nevertheless not inconceivable, as that wonderful Argentinian writer, Jorge Luis Borges, wrote at the end of one of his stories, a gentleman only fights for lost causes. So what else is there to do but fight? And that's basically my initial 5 Cowboys riff. So 5:45. If you think I'm going to talk for another 15 minutes, I'm not.